The invocation will be given this evening by Commissioner Danny Sullivan.
Let's bow our heads. Father, we thank you for the honor it is to be here tonight. I just pray that you would surround us with your love and your protection and your guidance. Be with us as we deliberate tonight. I pray, Father, that wherever someone falls on this decision, Lord, tonight, that we be civil and that we remember that you are the Father, you hold us in the palm of your hands, and that you are in every decision and every situation that we're in on a daily basis. Lord, I pray for your protection over this great county that we live in, and that you would bless our county, bless our state, Lord, bless our nation. Be with those in Israel tonight, the innocent in Gaza Strip, Father, those that are struggling tonight. Father, we are so thankful for the privileges and the honor that we have to deliberate tonight, and we just ask that you be with them in every situation that they're in. Lead, guide us, and direct us. Forgive us where we fail and fall short. In Christ's name, amen.
Remain standing. The clerk will lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Each commissioner record your presence.
We have 23 members present. I am told that Commissioner Ring of Gallatin is out of town and will not be here tonight. A majority vote will continue to be 13, and a 2/3 vote will be 16 votes. This is a limited meeting tonight in scope, and I'll ask for approval of the regular agenda. A motion by Commissioner Brown, second by Commissioner Pomeroy. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. And at this time, we have recognition of the public. If you will hand me that paper. All right, before we get into recognition of the public, we are certainly glad that you are here and want to express yourself, and you're welcome to do that. However, I would like to say that we want a decorum that is quiet so that everyone can be heard. And one of the things that we do is not mention any person by name. That includes a commissioner, good or bad. Just don't mention an individual name. You're welcome to speak according to our rules, but it should be about the issue, and we want it to stay that way. And let me remind you that with the number of speakers that we have, we could be here a long, long time unless you make it brief and to the point and not repeating something that someone else has said. I think this issue can be settled and settled to everyone's satisfaction But we wouldn't want the meeting to be someone to say, well, this is taking too long, let's recess this meeting to next Monday night. That is possible. Hopefully not. Hopefully we can put this to bed tonight. But please remember that a deputy, if you are disruptive, a deputy will show you to the door. First person on the roster to speak is Jay Ingram.
The 5 minutes, is that, y'all want to give me a timer up there, is that right?
If you, come up here, Jay, if you will. If you want 5 minutes, I'll be very happy if it's 1, but if it's 5, that'll be fine.
I just didn't know, how long I had, so I was gonna
You
say.
have 5.
Okay. All right, that works. All right, my name is Jay Ingram, and I live at 755B Newton Lane in Gallatin, Tennessee. And I want to say before I say anything tonight that I prayed for God's will to be done tonight and that I would say the right things that God would have me to say. Before I get into more specific comments, I want to say that I don't think this vote should be controversial at all. I don't think it's a controversial issue. I think that it makes sense to have adequate, safe, ADA accessible facilities that are comparable to our surrounding counties. I think that we need to address these issues that are long overdue. There's been neglect by past county commissions and past school boards, but frankly, I don't think the citizens and taxpayers are concerned with assessing blame now. They're looking for solutions, not assessing blame. I think the bottom line is the responsibility of the county commission and the school board to build and maintain proper, adequate, safe facilities for Sumner County. I don't think that's too much to ask. And in this county in the past, there's been too much put on parents and booster clubs to try to pay for things like that. Now, I came up here October 20th to the County Commission Education Committee meeting, and there was people that lectured and talked down to some of the parents like me that spoke out about this and asked where were we at prior county commission meetings. And what I would say is, where are the people that were elected? Why didn't they step into the gap and solve these issues? At the October 23rd commission budget meeting, I felt like that we were preached to and accused of being envious and jealous of Liberty Creek. And we were accused on social media of brainwashing our children and putting them up to make statements and to make videos publicly and manipulating them as if our children don't have their own brains and their own eyes to see the inequality in the facilities in Sumner County compared to other counties. At the October 24th school board meeting, I spoke, and people told us that these were not needs, they were wants. And it was called a pork project to do this. And people just want us to trust what people said as opposed to looking at what they did. There's been people that have called me and others that are on this side of the issue liberals and rhinos and lemmings and liars and worse, things that I can't say today. And I don't think that that is leadership, and I don't think it's godlike or Christian in any way. I think we've got an opportunity tonight with the county commission to do the right thing, and it's actually also politically advantageous for the county commissioners here to do it. I don't understand why you wouldn't vote to move $15.7 million from the reserves into the general fund so the school board can do their job. It's what the citizens and the parents and the taxpayers and the students and athletes in this county deserve and demand. Again, we're looking for solutions. We want you to focus on the solution, not on the problem. The blame game doesn't matter to the people in this room. You know, a lot of the people that might be held accountable aren't even alive or aren't even on the county commission or the school board anymore. We just want you to move forward and do the right thing. Now, I've been very frustrated and angry because I think about all these kids out here, not just the kids at Gallatin, but at Portland and Beach and Station Camp and Westmoreland and White House and Liberty Creek and everywhere, and how you can look at these kids in the eyes if you don't vote for this. And because it just tells them they don't matter, they don't count. And I just don't think that that's fair. The thing that has been really pleasing to me in this whole thing is I think we're closer to addressing these issues than we've ever been before. And that's a really good thing. I think that things have been neglected for far too long are finally coming to people's attention. And the other thing that I want to say is that I think it's great that I met a lot of new people from other towns in Sumner County and other schools. And what I realized is they're just like me. They love their town, they love their school, they love their team, they love their children. And we've all got common ground, and that's why this One Sumner thing is taken off. And no matter what side you are on this thing, even if you vote the 15.7 million, I don't think that this group and this movement is going to be gone away. And I think that you've awakened the sleeping giant, and I think that the people are going to be paying attention in all the elections going forward. And the 86% that didn't vote last time are going to show up this time, the registered voters, and they're going to run candidates, and they're going to vote en masse. So do the right thing, move this 15.7 million over for all the kids. This isn't about one school, one stadium, one track. It's about One Sumner. Thank you.
Charlene Allmiller. We need to move through these as quickly as possible if you'll hold your applause.
Hi, I'm Charlene Allmiller at 143 Rulin Circle, Huntersville, Tennessee, 37075. There are 15.79 million reasons to reject the budget amendment. There's only one reason to approve it: our kids. The bleacher collapse at Beach has brought this issue of funding athletic facilities under consideration mid-budget cycle. We've seen that some of the athletic facilities are literally falling apart. They're unsafe, and we cannot continue to put this issue on the back burner. Athletics do go beyond the reading, writing, and arithmetic that are the minimum requirements for the schools to fund. But research shows, that students involved with team sports are more likely to graduate, have a higher GPA, and are less likely to commit suicide or do drugs or alcohol, all of which are positive student outcomes that we would like for our schools. I know you want to do everyone's job but your own, but we have a school board with 11 elected board members, the maximum number permitted by law. We do not need 35 elected officials managing this process. Things will never get finished. Let the school board do its job. The only budget amendment that's been approved by the school board is a $15.79 million budget amendment. TCA section 59407 dictates that this $15.79 million budget amendment is the only one you can vote on to approve or reject. And there is a time limit on that. Our athletic facilities are literally falling apart. They're unsafe to use for students or parents. There cannot be a better time to fix the facilities than now. Tonight, let your actions speak louder than words. If you want safe athletic facilities for students, parents, and other residents of Sumner County, vote to approve the $15.79 million budget amendment approved by the school board. The hundreds of people here, students and parents, are here that are here overwhelmingly here to ask you to approve this budget amendment, even if they may not be able to speak. We are One Sumner asking for you to approve the transfer from the school's reserves to the school's capital. Thank you.
Braden Cole.
Good afternoon. I am Braden Cole. I live at 710 Long Hollow Pike, Goodlettsville, Tennessee, and I'm a junior at Beach High School. Before I begin, I want to thank each of you for your role in unifying Sumner County. In what's known as the most divided country in history, you have all managed to unite the country for one purpose: One Sumner. This room today is an absolutely beautiful sight that attests to that. Never before has every parent, every team, and every school gotten along so well. And I am so happy to stand in front of this group of people, this majority, who can set aside our differences or our competitions to fight for what's right. Today, student athletes and families from not only Beach High School, but almost every Sumner County high school you represent, join me as I stand before you, requesting that you, the County Commission, release the funds to rebuild our beloved Shackle Island Stadium, as well as other athletic facilities across the county that are in dire need of upgrades. It goes without saying that you are all equally concerned with creating a Sumner County that is welcoming, loving, and directly the greatest county in the state of Tennessee. Based on the establishment of Liberty Creek High School, the vision for the future of Sumner County is clear. You cannot validate or justify the absolute beauty of one high school that is under your authority without the immediate fairness to others. Especially in a time such as this, where all we are asking for are safe athletic facilities across the county that can hold our respective student bodies, families, and fans that are not dangerous or dated. Liberty Creek is not the exception, it is the Liberty Creek is not the exception, it is the expectation. Take a look at other counties around us. They have prioritized providing their students with safe and beautiful campuses. The bottom line is, our students deserve a place to celebrate our athletic accomplishments. Beach football holds 2 state championship titles and 2 recent runner-ups. Our student section was recently named #1 in the nation. Cross country won first at regionals, and our cheer team just won first place twice at their last competition. Both are headed to their state championships this week. These are only a few accomplishments at one of the high schools here tonight. However, we would be here all week if I were to sit here and mention accomplishments and achievements from all of these high schools in this room. These accomplishments prove that these students deserve proper facilities so that this countywide safety hazard doesn't continue to affect their ability to achieve. You know, since last week, I've been racking my brain trying to figure out how to express that your actions and your votes have put a lot of perspective for things for me as a student. You've reminded me how important it is to do what is right, even if it's not your own opinion. You've shown me how important it is to look out for the people you serve from a leadership perspective, again, even if it's not your own opinion. I hope that the presence in this room, the presence on social media, and the presence in your email inboxes have encouraged you to do the right thing no matter what. You may or may not realize, but for the first time ever, this commission has the opportunity to do something never done before, to do what is right in front of a great audience. This room is filled with young teenagers like myself who are the future of this country. I urge you to set a good example for all of us. Do what is right no matter what. Treat us with fairness, care for us, and serve your people. This is not a political debate. It's a student issue, and we are ready for safety, we're ready to have what we deserve, and we're ready for you to do your job and make this happen. The time is now to pass this plan. It cannot wait another week. It can't wait another month. Safety is a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Braden, you did a great job. Thank you. Pascal Jovance.
Good evening, Pascal Jovance, 1335 Longhollow Pike. First, I'm going to start by thanking you guys for what you're doing. I know where you're coming from because I'm on the side in Gallatin, so that's a hard speech to follow. That was a great speech, even if I disagree with few things on there. I agree that should not be a political issue, but that's what that became. What should have been an easy fix, as fixing bleachers became a blank check of $15.7 million. We all agree that the safety of our kids are a priority, and I agree with that even if I don't have kids. And we are lucky that nobody got injured when the bleacher fell. But again, the money is going to come. Whatever money is going to get approved is going to be approved. But we need to put a system in place so that's not going to happen again in 10 years. And I don't hear that. And that's what I want to hear. Again, the money is going to come. You will get money and stuff going to get fixed. But what happened and why, we should know about it. And there should be a process. And the process should be important. You all, kids or parents, I'm pretty sure if you go buy something, you're going to look at 2, 3, 4 places. You're not going to open the first door and go buy a TV, say, I want that TV. No, you're going to look somewhere. Again, it's a process. I don't see that process. All I see is two pieces of paper who come from one company who say that's going to be $15.7 million. Why don't we have a process in place? And that's a question I'm asking. And that's where I disagree with some of things that have been said there. Because, again, that's important. $15.7 million, it's a lot of money. A lot of money. And again, when we put that process in place, I'm in Gallatin. I look at the numbers. I heard that Gallatin is going to get a new stadium in phase 3. When is phase 3? All right? Why we don't get more things? We need our track fixed. Gallatin has the most students up to these 5 high schools, and we get the less amount of money in that phase 1. Again, why? If we're going to do improvements, improvements will be shared equally to every high school. And when I hear the gentleman saying that Liberty Creek should be the standard, I agree, that's great, but where the money is going to come from to get every high school in the county at that standard? Where did the money come from? All right? We get $126 million for tax in Sumner County. All right? $126 million. The state gave us $168 million for the budget. If we want to put all these high schools at the same level than Liberty Creek, that's not going to happen. There is not enough money, so we need to be realistic somewhere. But again, everybody should have the same piece of pie on that proposal, because doesn't feel right to me that Gallatin is pushed back on the back of the bus when we have 40% of the students in Gallatin, and we get the less amount of staff. I want our track fixed, and I want more building for Gallatin High School, because kids should be in a classroom, not in a gymnasium when it's class time. So again, guys, I appreciate what you're doing. That's not going to be a winner or loser tonight. Somebody is going to be happy, somebody not, but that's part of our job as elected official, and I know you will all do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Goddard, and if Shannon Dillard would come near so you can follow her.
Emily Goddard, 245C South Leith Road, Portland, Tennessee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for your willingness to serve the public. I also appreciate the unintended benefit of meeting new people around the county and getting to know others better. I'm truly inspired by how many involved, articulate, and passionate citizens support our school communities and students. I've also been thoroughly impressed by the students who have spoken on behalf of the transfer and capital projects. There are some great young people in this county, and their parents and schools deserve recognition as well. I have also learned more about our local government, its processes, and how I can become more involved. I've also, I've always tried to remain up to date with local events and happenings through live streaming county commission meetings and school board meetings, or watching videos later, reading blogs and digital news. However, I'm a full-time working mother who's very involved in volunteering at her kids' schools and within the community in which I live. And today has proved frustrating for me. It's hard to hit a moving target, an aphorism with which we're all familiar. I'm sure we've all experienced this at some point in our lives. I thought I had arranged for a fellow citizen to sign up for me to speak when she planned to sign up for herself today. After a work engagement in Gallatin, this morning I got back to my office in Portland with 2 messages from other citizens explaining I had to come sign up in person, that anyone wishing to speak had to sign up in person. This is a standing rule that, in my observation through the last few weeks, hadn't been enforced until today. So I got in my car and I drove back to Gallatin to sign up. But don't worry about calling my employer, because I self-reported on my way down and requested a half a day off. After watching and observing this commission for about 18 months, it feels like the target is constantly moving through various issues like the library board, the election commission, even appointment of your own committees within the commission. And now, and a grant to improve and ensure water security in the northern part of the county, to now a simple transfer of funds from one line item to another. Each of these funds, if approved, are going to be discussed at the board meeting again and scrutinized, and they also allow for public comment. If you're wondering why Suburban Moms, Strong Schools 2.0, or any other moniker given to people who are now speaking up and involved, why we're here, it's not only because we're tired of trying to hit a moving target, but it's a numbers game. Sumner County has around 200,000 residents, just slightly over. There are about 31,000 students in Sumner County schools and about 4,500 employees. If you add in families and involved and concerned citizens to that number, the exponential distribution is pretty evident. In closing, please think about this Lidgate quote that was adapted by President Lincoln. You can please some of the people all of the time. You can please all of the people some of the time, but you can't please all of the people all of the time. And also this one by Abraham Lincoln. Half-finished work generally proves to be labor lost. Let's not do anything halfway. Let's do it right the first time. We now know it needs to be fixed, so let's fix it now. I support the transfer of approximately $15.8 million of Sumner County Schools funds from reserves to capital improvements for necessary renovations and improvements. We are one team, one Sumner.
Thank you. Shannon Dillard, followed by Tabitha Graves.
Hello, my name is Shannon Dillard, Kirkendall Dillard, and I reside at 297 Thurman Kepley Road in Portland. And I would like to take a moment of your time to address the recent issues that have been affecting our county. First, I would like to offer a brief introduction of myself to you to better understand my perspective. I am the treasurer of the Portland Quarterback Club, but first, I'm a daughter, a mother, and a wife. I take immense pride in my two sons who received their education at Portland schools. Both of them were actively involved in sports during their time in middle school and high school. My family has a rich history of athletic involvement. My grandparents played basketball for Sumner County High School. My father and uncle were star athletes at Gallatin High School, and I was a standout basketball player in middle school. My sister, like my sons, also was an accomplished athlete throughout her high school years, as well as many other cousins, nieces, and nephews. All four of our children have excelled in sports, and I hope my future grandchildren will continue this tradition as well. For those of you who may not be familiar with me, I am the niece of Ron Taylor, a dedicated educator, teacher, coach, assistant principal, and athletic director. Even after his retirement from Sumner County Schools, he continued to teach and coach in Georgia, and returned to Sumner County, where he continued coaching until he was 70 years old. While the primary goal of sports is competitiveness, it is essential to recognize the valuable educational aspects that they provide. My oldest son, for example, played basketball at Portland East Middle School. Although he may not have been the most talented player, he participated to stay active during the baseball off-season. His basketball coach emphasized in a parent meeting at the start of his 7th grade year that his primary role as a coach was to mold our kids into respectful young men who take pride in their education. Winning games was important, but he prioritized the development of good, smart students. My youngest son faced challenges related to a speech impediment that he was diagnosed with as a young child. He began speech therapy at the age of 4 in the hope of improvement before starting school. Fortunately, he had a compassionate kindergarten teacher who continued to support him throughout elementary. Despite significant progress in his speech, the negative impact of another teacher categorizing him with troublemakers lingered. As he entered middle school, he no longer had the support of nurturing teachers and was once again labeled as a troublemaker. At this point, he was getting into trouble daily, and I dreaded seeing the middle school number on my phone. It was Coach Wes Inman who observed my son playing football with his friends during recess and recognized his potential as a lineman. With our consent, my son became one of the smallest, yet one of the fastest linemen on the 2022 Portland High School football team. Without Coach Inman's encouragement, my son might have been on the path to failure. For those who think we do not care about education, you could not be more mistaken. We are well aware of the importance of education. However, we also understand the significance of athletics. For some students, athletics are the key to graduation. And for others, athletic scholarships make higher education possible. Without proper facilities, our students cannot perform at their best. My oldest son was an honor student until his junior year, and he was the ace pitcher of the 2021 Portland High School baseball team. My niece was the most defensive player and an all-district recipient for the 2023 Portland High School volleyball team. She is also an honor student and just received her acceptance letter today to attend UT Chattanooga with aspirations to become a medical examiner. My nephew, a freshman at Portland High School, participates in football, basketball, and track. All of them have been positively influenced by sports and education. Memorial Field at Edgar Johnson Stadium has been a source of entertainment and education for our community for generations. My grandfather attended Friday night ball games until he passed away at the age of 80. And my mother, at 77 years old, still continues to attend football games. Many other elders from our community, such as Glenn Gregory, can be regularly seen at ball games and other events. This field is an integral part of our heritage. I implore you to consider the significance of our request and allocate the necessary funds to restore our stadium and other facilities across the county, ensuring that we can continue to provide a safe and welcoming space for our community. Thank you for your attention and support.
Thank you. And Tabitha Graves, and followed by Ruth Fennell.
My name is Tabitha Graves. I live at 462 Buffalo Ridge, Gallatin, Tennessee. I teach special education at Gallatin High School. I'm married to a class of '84 graduate of Gallatin High School, and we share 3 daughters. A 2008 GHS graduate who now teaches at Union, a 2023 graduate of GHS that is now at UTC, and a soon-to-be 2024 GHS graduate. I also have the distinct pleasure of being the head coach of Rucker Stewart cheer team, and I teach the students that use the facilities at GHS and Station Camp for the Special Olympics. I teach, coach, and share the hallways with students that live to put on their jerseys and play on these fields. If you know the makeup of our school, then you know that we are not rich with money, but we are rich with tradition. The vast majority of the students that walk our hallways are raising themselves as well as raising the younger children in their homes. For most of these athletes, the jersey and the game is what keep them on the straight and narrow and keeps them focused so that they are able to graduate and receive a high school diploma. My own daughters cheered on these fields around the county, and myself and my family have sat on the bleachers that are in question. I would like each of you to put yourself in these students' and supporters' shoes. Actually, I would like to take a line from Atticus Finch. I want you to put yourself in their skin and walk around as them for one moment. How would you feel if the very people that were elected to protect their interests in this county was telling you that you can't have the money to build a safe place for their supporters to come and watch you do the very thing that you love and that keeps you going? What if it was your child and your family? I think it is important to note that everyone sitting and standing in front of me might be wearing different colors and may be from different schools, but they are all uniting and sitting as one family. While the adults that have been elected sit here and try to continue to cause divides and drift in this county. On that note, I do need to point out that each of you are elected into the seat that you are sitting in. You are elected to do your job and take an oath to do just that. Your job is not to tell us who gets to do the jobs in our schools for these projects, and your job is not to tell us how to spend our money. By no means are we asking to borrow the money. The money that is there is ours. This is like going to a financial advisor at my bank. They can say, yes, the money is there, but we might not want to spend it right now. But in the end, they cannot tell me no to my money. It does not matter how much they advise against it. We are not asking from a loan for the city, and contrary to popular belief, this is not what is causing the tax increase, because the money is sitting in the school reserves. So your job is not to tell us how to spend our money. Your job is to move the money if it's there, and it is. If this vote does not if this vote does not get passed for the full amount because breaking it up is illegal, then I guarantee you will see a majority of the people that did not vote last time vote, because you are supposed to represent the people. Not just the people on the Hendersonville side, not just the people on the Gallatin side. Quite frankly, everything that's getting shoved to the Hendersonville side could be labeled as discrimination by every other school in Sumner County. As far as the track goes, every school should have a chance to be able to host events. If you would like your child to run any event on GHS track, by all means let me know, and I'm sure all of us would love to see that happen. That is supposed to be a track, not an obstacle course, where you run and dodge spots at the same time. All schools that are being built before students are ever enrolled, and that's because they are growing a school, a team, and a community. So why in the world would we not keep the schools that are already in existence and have students maintained so that the student body can continue to build their skills and community? Lastly, the bleachers that are sitting on the home side of the GHS field are stamped 1914. Would any of you drive a car that was labeled with that without maintaining it and doing the needed upgrades? Would any of you eat food to nourish your body that was labeled with that date? Would any of you live in something that has not been updated that was labeled with that? Would you let a field and a community you were elected to serve continue to be non-compliant with the ADA, meaning those that with disabilities that may have wheelchairs and walkers can't access these community venues to support their teams? And would you sit and let your child and family sit and participate on the fields that aren't safe? The answer is no. So please take note from the Sumner County community here that has bonded together and made an example of doing what is right no matter what. Thank you.
Ruth, there's always an option to clear the chamber. Please don't applaud. We have too many speakers. We're not even halfway there yet. Ruth Fennell, followed by Houston Hughes.
My name is Ruth Fennell. I live at 1049 Blue Jay Way in Gallatin. As I look around this room, I see a lot of people here who are pretty upset, and I understand why. I agree that education is important. I agree that sports are important. But I'd like to everyone to take a minute and think about who you're upset with. Did you realize that 7 current members of the school board have had the majority vote since 2014? Do you realize that the current director has been in decision-making roles in the school board and the school system and the county commission, which is the funding body for this, since 2014? So when we say let the school board do its job, that's the problem. They haven't. 1914, okay? This is crazy. Why have these things not been addressed? So it's brought forward now, which is fine, but when we talk about spending the money, the people who've been charged with doing that have not done a good job. They've shown you very clearly the current people have not done a good job. So during the last decade, and the question is why, during the last decade, we've had a culture of fear created in our schools. In the 1020 meeting, we had a gentleman come up and talk about how he tried to bring these issues up to that director, and he was basically threatened with retaliation. Why? Why are we putting up with that? But others have learned that playbook, and we're once again in a state of fear and anger that's been generated by the school system, just like we had the financial emergency 10 years ago that shut down the schools. I think most of you will remember that. So let me share a little bit about what happens to people when they get in situations that involve fear and anger. Psychologists say we have at least 3 personalities. We have a child, a parent, and an adult living within us. The child ego says it wants instant gratification. They're very emotion-driven. If you've ever been in a grocery store with a 2-year-old asking for a candy bar in the checkout line, you know what happens. The child has not learned to properly control their emotions, and so often when they get turned down, they melt down. They know of no other way to deal with conflict, so they throw a tantrum. The parent ego state is usually protective and directive. Protecting is fine, directing is fine. Those are good things. But I see a lot of people here tonight that want to protect their children and others from possibly being hurt on inadequate sports tracks. And they're also here trying to direct the county commission into taking swift action to address these issues. But they also need to be directing the school board and the school director and the school leaderships to take these reasonable actions that have been ignored since 2014. To get a plan together and move forward together, okay? Some of these parents are also frustrated and angry that it can't just get done and things have to go through a process. They also want that instant gratification like the child ego that just wants it to happen, but there isn't even a detailed plan yet. So everybody needs to be patient. Somebody's gonna be at the end of the line. Even if everything gets approved tonight and there's one Sumner, that's great. But who wants to volunteer to be at the end of the repair list? Gallatin, Hendersonville, White House, Westmoreland, Beach? It can't be done without a plan. So I see emotional blackmail being conducted with T-shirts and slogans, but it's still pitting schools against schools when we talk about how does the money get allocated. So we've got to come back to the adult in the room. The adults have rational voices, specific plans, and they have positive communications. If we don't come to the adult in our brains, we're not going to be as productive. We're just going to continue the cycle of anger and fear that we've created. I just want to say finally, shame on the people who've been pitting the citizens against each other and creating this kind of friction. If we have been responsible adults in positions of authority and they had done their jobs in a timely manner over the last decade, we would have avoided all of this. Shame on the people who are stonewalling reasonable requests for information on costs and priorities. You want my money, and I deserve to know every detail of what you're going to do with it, because I do not want to keep giving money out to squander on college-like campuses while not taking care of the other facilities. It is mind-boggling to me that we don't have tracks that are in good shape, that we don't have stadiums, that we don't have bleachers. There have been people who were charged with taking care of that, and they have failed. And now they want more money. What are they going to do? The same things again? Shame on the citizens for letting everybody be manipulated and letting the child ego and the parent ego and not using the adult ego. We've got to be adults. We've got to come up with a plan. We've got to make sure we're doing the right things. Thank you. Houston
Hughes, followed by Rocco Holt.
Good evening, County Commissioners. My name is Houston Hughes. I reside at 131 Pembroke Drive, Hendersonville, Tennessee. And tonight, I believe that we should all be as one. We should not shame others for putting the rest of us down. I believe that we together should help each other out. Tonight, I ask you, the County Commissioners and the people, what is your job? Not who didn't do their job in the past, but what is your job today? It's a simple question, but probably like me, you have a complex answer because you would want to know in what role. See, it's my job as a student to try my best to learn what I need to prepare for the future so that I can be a productive citizen in my community. When you think back to a time when you were in high school, what did y'all learn the most? The obvious answer would be the classroom, but for majority of us, it's outside of it. Unfortunately, a classroom has 4 cement walls, but with athletics and other stuff, we get to go outside of it for school. While math, science, and English help students build a brain, all these stadiums help what builds our souls. I don't think most of you sitting in the commission today know the importance of these activities because it really means a lot to all of us. I believe that the hard work, discipline, confidence, organization, and encouraging each other are just a few of the ways that we build ourselves today. And for some of y'all that did play sports here in the county or anywhere else, I would like to thank you because y'all will know what shoes we are in today. If you are a student here today, can you please raise your hand so everyone knows how many of us are here? You have parents and students who on almost every night of the week spend hours battling each other for the coveted win and bragging rights for their sports, and we're all here united, which is something that has very rarely been done here in this county. But we can tell how important all of this is to us by how much we are with each other and not trying to call each other out from across the room. I believe that regardless of what colors we are wearing, we are doing our job because we are here, and while for the majority of us, these long overdue improvements might only be utilized for a year or two, but more importantly, this will be a legacy for those to come. The same lesson you were taught while you were in high school, which some of you repeat as the motivation you have ran for your seat you are in today, to make this community great again. And so tonight, I tell you the students of Sumner County are doing their job, and now we ask you to do yours. Make Sumner County stadiums great again.
I'm going to take a personal point of privilege here and say that our students are certainly well-spoken. They've done a fantastic job tonight, and no matter... No matter what side you fall on in this issue, they certainly have done a fantastic job. I see future members of the county commission and them up here speaking. Rocco Holt, followed by Alexandria Hughes.
Hello, my name is Rocco Holt. I live at 909 East Thea Trail, Goodlettsville. Since our stadium has been condemned in August, I've seen the seniors around me and the players around me torn apart and not felt truly at home at Shock Island Stadium. From wondering if we were going to have a home game all season until tonight, I've realized one thing. I've realized that the people around Beach High School, especially the seniors and their parents, haven't felt truly at home all season. From being a little kid hoping to one day play their last high school game at Shock Island, to feeling uncertain and unsafe playing at their home stadium. These players and students have trained and fought for these positions their whole lives. You have a choice to tell them yes or no tonight and tell them if they are worth having it or not. Not only have the football players been affected by the stands, but the cheer team, the dance team, and the track team. They have been put to the side and made to feel like as if they aren't important enough to invest in. The track team have had to move their practices and have never been able to experience their own track to call home. Instead, they have put up with a bare minimum and had to deal with the repercussions of the situations at hand. This movement going through Sumner County is not people being greedy or jealous of other schools. It is about the safety of our friends and the family and the future of Sumner County. It is about us being able to take pride in our own schools and be able to feel at home at our own schools. This is about not being let down by the people we have put our trust in and being able to reach out and ask for help when help is truly needed. We are asking for your help. We are asking for your help as our commissioners to lend us out a hand and help us, to allow me and my family to have pride in our facilities and to say we have a place to call home. In John chapter 16, verse 24, it says, "Until now you have asked for nothing in my name. Ask and you will receive, that your joy may be full." For here now asking for help, not out of greed or jealousy, not out of wanting but out of wanting the best for Sumner County and the people that make up Sumner County, for our safety and our future. I ask you that you take into consideration our needs, that is, to be able to feel as we have a home in Sumner County. The 200,000 people that you represent want their voices heard. I ask that you choose the people over yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Alexandria Hughes, followed by Suzanne Holt.
Good evening, County Commissioners. My name is Lexi Hughes. I am a sophomore at Hendersonville High School, and I'm a member of the I live at 131 Pembroke Drive, and I'm a member of the two-time national, 20-time state champion dance team, the Golden Girls. I also have a 3.8 GPA, and I take dual enrollment classes in all honors. I would like to tell you about my high school experience so far as a female athlete. On the majority of mornings, since the first day of school, I wake up at 5:10 to go to a 5:45 practice because that's the only time we have to get to a gym, or else we're in the hallway. Tuesday through Thursday after school for 2 to 3 hours, we go practice in the hallway because we don't have enough room for all the sports in our facilities. By the time I get home, it's usually 6 p.m., and then my evening is filled with either church, dance studio, or family activities, plus homework. I know my experience on the dance team is like most dancers and female athletes at various schools around the county. We are happy to get whatever we can. Friday is game day. I love game day. It's one of the days where I can represent my school and show my commando pride. But along with my cheerleaders, band, and football players, we all come together and support everyone. I know some of the county commissioners are talking about just doing the minimum required to fix the safety issues at the various stadiums. But in a world where we are told to do our best, why would you just look to do the bare minimum when there's so much that we can do? You know, my coach always tells me to give 110%. Why can't y'all do the same for us? By voting for the full $15 million, you're going to start a ripple effect at all of the schools, which will give us the much needed space for both men and women athletic teams. Which, despite not having a true designated space built to accommodate the needs of a dance team, just this weekend at both the UDA regionals held in Memphis and DTA in Nashville, Sumner County school dance teams brought home the most regional championships than any other county in the state, with a total of 9 first-place titles and 14 placements. These are accomplishments which should be celebrated because they are a result of hundreds of hours of work and dedication to a sport, which at most schools, including Hendersonville High School, is given only a closet or an old shower in the back of a school PE locker room. I know our school wants to give us more, but we don't have the funds or the attention. There's a lot of talk about this just being about football and their stadiums, but I want to come to you from the perspective of a female athlete and how your vote will support female athletes in Sumner County. Female athletes who, sadly enough, are having to battle a whole slew of political issues which generations before us have never dealt with. Please don't be a part of the problem. Be the solution and vote for the full $15 million tonight because it's the right thing to do for both male and female students in Sumner County. And yes, I have learned a lot in a classroom, but I've learned way more on the courts. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne Holt, followed by Stan Jones.
I didn't type out my speech, so we're going to wing this. I'm a pretty plain-spoken girl. I've been a resident of Sumner County for 36 years, and don't do the math on that, please. Graduated Beach High School in 1995, but I guess you can do the math right there. I am a mom of 4, I am a wife, and I am a Christian conservative woman. I want to say what my position is here as I speak as a mom. Trying to not get emotional, but these boys on their team, Mom, I watch these kids from the entire community feel like they need something more, and it's our responsibility. We are all setting the example here in this room. They are watching us. It doesn't matter if you know these kids or on a first-name basis or not, but they're watching our reactions. The dirty things that are being said, the things that are being done. Y'all stop it. We have more in common than we don't. We all love our community. I'm sure we can all agree on that. If I was to take a vote right now, who loves our community? It's everybody in this room. We need to put our differences aside and do what's right for everyone. I know there has been wrong things done on both sides with the commission and the school board. I'm in total agreement. Those were people that most of y'all were not in these seats, right? I mean, you weren't. With the school board, yes, but I can guarantee you this. Us parents, the people that are involved in these schools, we will be watching them like hawks to make sure that these things get done. I promise you that. I promise you that we are not going to let our kids down in our community, that we are going to be here. We are going to be here with you all. Like I said, we have more in common than we don't. We have our community, and that is what we are fighting for. We have our kids, that's what we're fighting for. I'm fighting for my kid to be able to play his senior year at a great stadium, and the rest of these kids. But it's not just about football. I feed these boys meals every week. I hope I do a good job. We support them through banquet. We do all the things. And I'm not the only one in this community that does those things. It takes all of us. It takes a village. It's what I've been called to do. If somebody needs to be fed, I'm going to feed them. If they need leftovers to take home because they don't have food at home, guess who's going to give them a to-go plate to take home? So what I say is, it's our responsibility to vote with our constituents in our representative districts. Please, I beg you, I beg all of you, do right by these kids, and I guarantee we are going to hold the school board accountable and make sure things are done correctly. We're not leaving. I've been involved with this county for too long. Maybe I've not been so outspoken, but I can guarantee when I know when there's something wrong, I'm going to call you out on it, whether you're my friend or whether you're not. But we need to do the right thing. And you know what? The right thing isn't always the easiest, but it's always the right thing. Thank you all.
Thank you. Stan Jones, followed by Beth Deering.
Thank you. I'm Stan Jones. I live at 1024 Heathrow Drive. My wife and I are the proud parents of 3 sons, all 3 of which graduated from Beach High School, 2014, 2016, and 2019. Our older 2 sons were varsity baseball players there. Our youngest son was valedictorian in 2019. All 3 have now graduated college. Our middle son serves in the United States military. Our experience with beach schools have been wonderful, and our family has been blessed. I've had the honor and the privilege in the past 2 years of serving as a volunteer coach with both boys and girls track at Beach High School. These young athletes have motivated me and inspired me, and I feel loyal to them based on their commitment and their desire. One of the things I've noticed about Beach High School and living in that community is that they've never had a regulation track. The boys and girls on beach track have to go to other schools to train. I've been with them. I've commuted with them. I've adjusted my schedule with them. I've spent gas money with them to go to Liberty Creek, to go to Hendersonville High School, and to go to Station Camp High School to work out and train and to compete. These students never have a home field advantage. They never have in 43 years. They have never had a regulation track. The topic of education has come up. We kind of forget that there is such a thing as physical education. That is part of the curriculum at Beach High School. Our sons participated in that academic class of physical education, and in doing so, they ran a timed run for a 1-mile run around the basketball court in the gymnasium, 20 laps. Try to pace yourself for 20 laps in a mile running around a basketball court that is 80, 90-degree angles while trying to run a mile for time. That's ridiculous. I've seen the track at Gallatin High School. It's like a quarter of a mile of bad road with potholes. And Station Camp High School is not much better. But both of those are better than beaches because beach does not have a track. Never has. It basically has a running path that goes around the football field. They've never had that advantage. And the boys and girls track team deserves a fair advantage. They not only deserve it, but under Title IX, the law requires it. Because when you look at football, and there are provisions in this, and there are exceptions under Title IX, contact sports being them, football being one of them, versus non-contact sports like boys and girls track. And every female athlete that runs track in this county should have the same right to facilities as any football player, as a male counterpart does in this county. They deserve that, and the law requires it. Please do not expose my tax money in this county to criticism or investigation or fines or penalty for Title IX violations or a Title IX class action lawsuit, because this county right now is exposed. We are as exposed to that as we are the ADA, which has gone ignored. These stadiums need to be repaired. Gallatin Football Stadium, it's being held together with rust and paint. It's got to be fixed. It will be just like Beaches, if not, God forbid, with people sitting in it. Right now, we are in a national health care crisis. According to Johns Hopkins, 56% of Americans between the ages of 18 and 25 are either overweight or obese. 56%, that's the majority. We need to set an example and inspire and motivate and facilitate fitness. We are also in a national security emergency. We are literally involved in a world war on a small scale, likely to be fully involved in the Middle East in any given hour. We have troops of all branches of the military over in the region right now, some taking fire. Right now, 20% of the men and women who walk into a recruiting office to enlist in the military cannot do so because their body mass index does not allow them to. 20%. Right now, none of the branches of the U.S. military, exceptionally maybe with the Marines, all others cannot meet their recruitment goal by the thousands. We're at the risk of going to war, and our children are not in shape to defend us. Please do what it takes to take the $15 million from the reserve fund and put it to where it can be used. Thank you.
Beth Deering, followed by Stephen Sanders.
My name is Beth Deering. I live at 701 Emily Drive in Goodlettsville, Tennessee. I am the mother of 4 student athletes at Sumner County Schools. You all have heard me say that before. Asked me to talk about my kids, I will all day. And not just my kids, but your kids. And our kids deserve to have the right thing done for them. These maintenance issues date way before 2014. We've had a responsibility to fix these things since the year that our schools were constructed, and oh, by the way, we didn't do that. We asked parents and booster clubs to build our stadiums for our children, and we did. The generations before us did, and we're doing it today. But this time, we're asking you, our county commissioners, to transfer the money that we already have. We're not asking you to find new money in our budget. We're not asking you to raise taxes. We're not asking you to not do something else that needs to be done. This money's here. It's in reserves. It's only allocated for the Board of Education. You can't transfer this to another department. You can't use money in a reserve account to fund a recurring expense. It's meant for one-time expenses. Maintenance should not be just a one-time expense, but making up for it is. And if you think for 1 second that the parents that are sitting in this room looking you in the eye, asking you to make the transfer, aren't going to look the Board of Education in the eye and be there for that too, I think you're sadly mistaken. We've been present. We were present even before these meetings started, but we were present with our kids. We were present in our schools. Every night, I guarantee you, we are at an event for our children. So to say that we haven't been here, quite frankly, you don't really know what you're talking about. And we are all sick of the finger pointing. I've said it 1,000 times and I'll continue to say it. No one really cares who's responsible right now. We care about you doing the right thing today. When you have knowledge, you have a responsibility to do something different. And all of us sat in here, and at first it was just about beach for me. I had no idea what issues were happening at the other schools. But when I sat in here, my eyes were opened to students getting hurt, to other people having people fall in their bleachers, a veteran at Beach High School having to be taken down to the school to go to the bathroom because all we have are trailers where they can't gain access. That is humiliating. We can do better, and we have a responsibility to do better. And I will not fail these kids. They are watching all of us. And these students are your next voters. They will be voting in the next election. And if you think they're not paying attention to what you're doing, you're wrong. They will never forget. They are educated students. You've heard them speak. Every one of them are paying attention. It's not propaganda. It's no one's putting their kids up to it. These kids are doing it because they are leaders. We are raising leaders. And I'm very proud of them. Thank you.
Stephen Sanders, followed by Jake Holt.
I had to bring my laptop because I had to leave work early since I had to sign up. My name is Stephen Sanders. I reside at 126 Mansker Park Drive in Hendersonville, Tennessee. I've been a resident of Sumner County since 2009, and I was born at Memorial Hospital. The first house I was ever brought to was across from Glenbrook. So I'm quasi-Sumner Countyan by default. I'm a native of Robertson County, however. And this is going to be bad for the boys in blue out there that wear BDP, but it needs to be said, a little bit of background about me. I was grateful to be part of a 1993 state championship football team at Springfield, and the relationships that I've built with many of the players and coaches on that team still carry on 30 years later. As a matter of fact, the Yellow Jacket Booster Club gave me a hat and bumper sticker just last Friday night, recognizing our Clinic Bowl achievement from 30 years ago while I was attending the Beach versus Springfield game, catching up with old friends. I had no idea they were going to give me that. They remembered me, and they honored me, and I was nothing but a hitting dummy. But you know what? It's okay. It was such a nice gesture to be recognized years later. The relationship with some of my closest friends started in football practice, in the locker room, and on the gridiron. I can call these people 24 hours a day, 7 days a week when I'm going through a tough situation, and they can call me too. They're my 3 a.m. people. I'm their 3 a.m. people. One of them, as a matter of fact, 3 Springfield High School graduates, 3 years in a row, all athletes, graduated from Springfield and went on to West Point. One of those is the vice principal at Springfield High School, and his daughter is a junior cheerleader at Beach. We're friends. He can call me, I can call him at any time. Why is that important? Well, I'm sure I can speak for many that playing athletics kept me in school, and it motivated me enough to keep my grades up and graduate from high school. I was able to serve my country and then come back and obtain my college degree using a GI Bill after I flunked out of UT Knoxville. But I had a good time while I did it, and I got to see 17 countries by serving my country. 2 countries I didn't want to go to, but President Bush told me otherwise. Therefore, I believe everyone on this panel, all 23 of you, care about our citizens, our students, and our communities. You wouldn't put yourself through this rigor. From that standpoint, you know, I applaud each and one of you for taking that leap. I've been asked to take that leap there a million times. I just don't want half the city or county hating me, you know. I get it. Y'all have a tough job, okay? You know, I care about our children. I'm a citizen that cares about the future of our children, and I believe every one of you in those seats are, like I said. I was a color analyst for the Gallatin Greenway football team for 5 years. Just finished my last year last season because my daughter is a 8th grader at T.W. Hunter Middle School, which is a beach feeder, and she told me I had to stop wearing green. She was here. I'm not sure she's here or not because she has a lot of homework to do. You know, I serve my community in ways that I don't get paid, and that's okay. I'm the current public address announcer for T.W. Hunter football and basketball. My compensation is having the opportunity to provide these children with the best thing that they could possibly have while they're on the gridiron, on the court, or anywhere else. But most importantly, I'm a father. I'm a cheer dad to a hardworking 13-year-old student named Caroline, and my time's running out, so here comes the micro machine man. She's beautiful. She's bright. She loves to pump that Buccaneer spirit up on the gridiron and the hardwood. She keeps her grades up, too. If they're not good enough, then she won't be able to cheer. That's the family rule, not the schools. She's busier than me. I'm probably a little too hard on her at times. But you know what? I know she's going to be a great asset to this community one day. I want to ask each and every one of you commissioners, are we giving our best to our students in the classroom and on the athletic facilities? Can you honestly, in your heart, in your Christian heart, since we all want to talk about our faith, well, I'm a faithful man too. I'm an inactive deacon at my church. I love Jesus, and I am not perfect. I've had some run-ins with a few of you over the years, but you know what? God still loves us. Do the right thing, and do not be conformed to the brood of vipers that are very small, that are trying to stranglehold some of you. We're going to be there as long as they are. I promise you that. Do the right thing. Let's get the $15.8 million and move on.
Jake Colt.
My name is Jay Colt. I reside at 909 East Cynthia Trail. Mr. Hyde said before we got started, make sure we're not repeating each other. So in interest of time, I've had to chop off 7 paragraphs before we get started. So good job. We didn't coordinate very well. I own a building consultant firm. We handle insurance claims and structural damage every day. Many of you may remember the Champlain Towers in South Florida that collapsed in 2021. They actually had an engineer report ahead of time stating the condition and the recommendations. The HOA members decided the cost was too high. They hoped the unthinkable wouldn't happen. 98 people lost their lives. I bet if they had a chance to vote again, they wouldn't think the cost was too high. Let's make decisions to ensure the safety of our students, our athletes, and our citizens. We will be watching the school board and making sure that the money goes where it's supposed to go. The entire county will be watching them. This is just the beginning. You good folks were hired, elected to represent us. We are here letting you know where we stand. I'm asking you for your support. Thank you.
We are, at this point, halfway through speakers. I was chastised at the last meeting for going over 2 hours without a restroom break or a break, so we're going to take one. At this time, we'll recess for 15 minutes. Arias, followed by J.C. Swafford.
My name is Greg Arias. I reside at 820 Hardin Street in Gallatin. A lot of you know me. A lot of you know I'm very vocal. I'm outspoken, and I don't care if I offend people. I'm going to try to avoid that tonight. Okay? I want to thank everybody for being here. Thank you, commissioners, for your time and attention to this. I know it's a lot to sit here. Most of you probably already made your decision on how you're going to vote, but you're sitting here listening to all of us go through this anyway because you have to, because we have the right to do this. All right, for 32 years, I've been associated with high school sports in this county. I've spent many Friday nights climbing up and down the bleachers at Gallatin High School, at Hendersonville, at Beach, at Portland, and at White House, doing radio broadcasts. Most of you know that about me, okay? So I'm very invested in what's going on here. I know this is a very divisive issue, and I'd planned and written out a bunch of things, so I'm going to kind of skip some of this. It's already been touched and wing this one, so hang on for me. This is a divisive issue. I understand that. However, what I've seen in the last 7 days on social media turns my stomach. People that have differing opinions on this issue have been labeled as being non-Christian, being greedy, being envious. Well, guess what? That's not the case. For anybody that wants to question my Christian beliefs, my Christian values, I'll refer you to one verse of Scripture, Matthew 7:1. Judge not, lest ye be judged. It's pretty simple and right on point. So if you want to judge that, there you go. Judge that statement. Now, I'm angry that this has been ignored by our previous county leaders, previous county commissions. It's fallen through the cracks, okay? A previous speaker talked about adults and being adults. Well, adults, it's time to stop finding blame and assessing blame. We all know, I know, most of the people here know. It's time we're adults. If you're an adult, let's pick up what's got to be done and let's fix the issues and let's move forward. I'm going to keep this short. I'm going to, again, cut out a lot of things I wanted to say here, but I'll say this. I've said this during the most recent election cycle. Many of you on this commission know me because I ran in that last cycle for county mayor, okay? Obviously, I was unsuccessful in my attempt, but I did it for a couple of reasons. One, so that I would earn the right to be able to stand here in front of this body and go over to the school board when they meet next and stand before them and tell them what I think. And I think it's time that as adults, this body, the school board, our school director, and us as a community start to work together. Because it's my belief that not one single person in this room or in this county has all of the answers to all of the problems we face as a county. Not one single person. But if we can work together, as these people have done, coming in here from Beach and from Gallatin and from Hendersonville, Station Camps representative, White House, Westmoreland, even Liberty Creek has had some people here wearing Liberty Creek colors. These people have come together to work for something. Why can't we as a county as a whole, as a commission, as a school board, as a school director, and as a community, put down the politics and this political garbage and crap that we're seeing and work together? If we can do that, we can fix these issues, and I wouldn't have to be standing here saying that.
Fisher, J.C. Swafford, followed by Fisher-Berry.
Good evening, J.C. Swafford, 1102 Kimberly Drive, Goodlettsville, Tennessee. I believe I'm in County Commission District 16. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Appreciate everybody's passion being here for their kids. First, I'd like to start off with just a personal story on the importance of athletics as it relates to helping kids develop. I adopted a son sheltered from Haiti. He's a victim of trauma and sexual abuse to the likes you wouldn't want to know. We tried elementary school for 2.5 years, but had to opt out for homeschooling because he was not doing well in these structured environments for various reasons. But then we decided to try homeschool through Sumner County so he could try sports in middle school. At the end of his 8th grade year, we got him back into public school to get a trial for attending high school as we're trying to help him develop it. He's now in his sophomore season at Beach after attaining a 3.5 GPA for his freshman year, which Mom and Dad were really pleasantly surprised with. But if you knew some of his early test scores, you would be astounded. So what changed him? Well, We believe football, soccer, basketball, and track allowed him to be good at something, grow in his confidence, and grow in his value. Coaches and teammates helped build him up and establish discipline, respect, teamwork, and other values with him. His being able to play sports drives his good behavior now and putting forth effort in the classroom so he can continue to play. Safe, proper, and up-to-date athletic facilities are needed for the kids of Sumner County so many kids can continue to get the same opportunity my Shelton has. Don't hinder this. Don't devalue any sport. Secondly, I'd like to touch on the perception by a handful of commissioners, I hate to say this, but thinking winning the last election was a referendum, okay? Any election where less than 20% of the voters show up is not a referendum. Some of you tonight receive less votes than there are people in the building tonight. Let that sink in. You may be part of a group where promises are made to get you elected too, but hear this, however you got elected, you've got to work for the people, and that is go with the majority once you are elected. Looking at the turnout of not only tonight, but the previous meetings and the volume of activity on social media by the citizens of Sumner County, I believe it's pretty clear they want the full $15.8 million in reserves approved to give our kids similar facilities as they see when they go to Wilson, Williamson, and Rutherford counties to compete. One last thing about the citizens of Sumner. I've lived here since 1993, 30 years. We battle on all different levels and all different types of school activities, sports, and competitions, but most of us then turn right around on Sundays and worship together, which is our most important bond. We divide temporarily for good reason, but we will not be divided. We may be insulted by the SCCR, but that only makes our resolve stronger. If you choose not to approve the 15-8 from reserves against the will of the people, I can promise you're going to get a true referendum come the next election cycle, one that may surprise many of you. Thank you again for your time.
Fisher, Barry, and followed by Julia, I think Garrett on Deer Ridge Lane.
Good afternoon, and thank you. I'm Fisher Barry, and I live at 115 Golfer Circle, Portland, and I'm an 8th grader at Portland East Middle School. I've grown up under the lights of Portland football, and I'm a proud Portland Panther. Football is more than a game or a hobby for me and my teammates. Football has taught me to be a leader, how to handle difficult situations, and how to show sportsmanship to opponents. All of these are valuable life lessons I will need moving into high school and adulthood. Honestly, since playing football, I've made better grades in school, and I have more self-control in the classroom. I'll admit, I don't know a ton about money, but I do know several times a week our stadium is full of fans. Both Portland Middle Schools and our school JV and varsity teams all play at the stadium in our town. Each game, the line for the concession stand is packed, and our fans show up in their favorite sports gear purchased in town. Before and after each game, restaurants in town are packed with people going to and from the games, and all of those things bring in tax dollars from the county every week. With repairs and improved facilities, we could even host region and state events that could bring even more money. We asked you to fund the total amount for the stadium needs across the county. Personally, it is not about which stadium has this or that. It's about doing the right thing for all student athletes in our county. If the county has the fund in reserve for unexpected things like bleachers falling in the night, then it should be used to make the needs improved. Spending money on temporary fixes just to spend more money later on doesn't sound good to me. We are athletes, we are resilient, we are trained to push forward and make every play count, even when the odds are stacked against us. And when we do, we get the job done. I trust you will all push this through and get the job done. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia.
My name is Julia Garnett, 115 Deer Ridge Lane, Hendersonville. I'm here tonight in support of this commission approving the transfer of the $15.7 million to support our Sumner County athletic facilities. A little background on me. I am a senior at Hendersonville High School, and I don't mean to make this sound like bragging, but I was recently honored by the First Lady of the United States for my contributions as a student leading change in this community. This is a testament to our leaders that our school systems can build in our classrooms and on the field. I am a student athlete, which ultimately means that I wasn't supposed to be here right now, but my soccer practice was canceled. So instead of a night off, I am here because this is important. My canceled practice isn't the only reason that I shouldn't need to be here. I shouldn't have to be here because it shouldn't be difficult to pass these transfer funds when our schools clearly need it. This funding isn't about me. While I am an HHS athlete, I won't be here to see the effects of this money. Yet I recognize the importance of this funding for my school's athletics and for the other teams across Sumner County. This is about the future, Sumner County's future. And to build a future, we need money. Money that we do, in fact, have. Additionally, as a student who has worked with our special needs students since my sophomore year, I know the importance of inclusivity. I know that some of our sweetest kids with the biggest hearts in the entire world deserve to be able to enjoy a game. So why should ADA-compliant stadiums at all of our schools wait? They shouldn't. My question to you as decision makers would be, why are politics standing in the way of this governing body supporting our students? The answer is they shouldn't. And I hope that you won't continue to allow your own politics to cloud your votes. The finger pointing and blaming are not setting the example that I want to see from my decision makers. The people have spoken tonight, not only in words, but in presence, so my plea to you is to listen to your constituents. Listen to the people who voted you into your chairs, listen to your students, and trust the school board and their decisions about our schools. Because I can confirm that I will be voting in the next election, and I am watching the actions of my decision makers very closely. Ultimately, I may be rivals with these schools on the field, but we are one team, and this room makes it very clear. As athletes, we deserve your support. We have earned your support. So please show us this by approving the transfer. Thank you.
Lyndon Brown. And while Lyndon is coming, I'll tell you, Lyndon's father for whom this chamber is named, Bethel Brown, who was a longtime county judge, county executive of Sumner County. And Lyndon was a student of mine when I was at Beach High School, and he very well remembers that he and his buddies would often tap on my door that led to the hallway from my office. I would hear this at the same time every day, and it got to be a game. We thoroughly enjoyed it. I never did catch who was doing it, didn't really want to catch who was doing it.
I'll never tell.
Okay, go ahead, Lyndon.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde. Well, thank you, Mr. Hyde. He was a blessing for me during my high school years. My name is Lyndon Brown. I live at 3576 Long Hollow Pike. And I'm here just to ask you to invest in our community for the full $15.8 million. This should be done because it's already been approved by the school board and it's been approved by the education committee. I am invested. I've been invested in Sumner County and Shackle Island for many generations. My family has lived there. I'm a current member and a founding member of Long Hollow Baptist Church. I'm a graduate of Beach High School. Thank you, Mr. Hyde. My wife graduated from there. My daughter graduated from there. I have many nieces and nephews that have graduated from there. Now I have many grandnieces and grandnephews that are throughout the Sumner County school systems. So we are also have a couple bonus children that attend Sumner County schools. I personally was there when Beach High School built the first the stadium. The Oak Ridge Boys was kind enough to do a benefit concert, and we were on the cooking tour to raise money to do that as we worked on the stadium. When we played football there, we had to pick up rocks before practice and after practice to build that field. My family has been invested for generations, like I said. As Mr. Hyde mentioned, my father, this is the chambers that we're meeting in. I was blessed to see him serve for multiple years, many, many years of my life. I know he'd come home, he would eat dinner, then come back to meetings like this. He did that for 20 years, I believe it was, when he served, 8 years as a commissioner prior to that. So he did his time, and it was an honor to be there with him. And I think he would be furious right now if he would sit back and say, what are we doing fighting over money that's already set aside? Why can't we just send that through there? If we didn't have the money, I know it'd be a different subject, but the money's there. He would want to do that. And I'm not going to call out a name, but there's someone on this on this committee, but the Education Committee and Commission, that's the same name as an uncle of mine. And I've had multiple people during the election, and even now they ask me, are we kin to him? And I say, we are not. He is not Shackle Island, Beach Shackle Island kin. So I just want to make sure we do that, because we don't support him because he's not supporting us. And I want to be clear to that. Not mean, just be clear. If I could contribute, if you can't contribute to doing this, then I just ask you to get out of the way. Because what you're doing is holding up this room full of students, room full of parents who are investing throughout the county. Obviously, I'm from Beach, but I mean, I've been with all the sports and the families we've had. We've been all over this county at every campus there is. So I think we need to make sure we're doing that. And if anything, I know just a few months ago, some of you guys were trying to transfer county land to some campaigning contributors. We need to stop that. We need to stop that and work for our school systems. Invest in the proper government procedures. We're asking to vote for the elected school boards, not just appointed. Elected school board members have already done this, and they've selected to do this. So stop blocking what elected people have already done. We're not in favor of denying, delaying, or cutting part of this money out. We don't think that's going to do anything because, again, it's a simple transfer for what's already there for the school board has already voted for, and the education committee. We need to invest in our communities in Sumner County, so we are here to do that. You need to serve your community, and if you're not serving the community, if you're into some kind of extreme politics, which bothers me, it'd make my father's blood boil at this point. It's ironic that some of this extreme political people meet in Shackle Island at the time, which it bothers me to death. But the irony of it, it's not lost on me or our community, because you can look around and see who's watching this at this time. And I also believe that if you're going to be a member invested in this community, your children or your grandchildren should go to the county schools. If not, then no wonder you don't want to pass this. You should be right in the middle of that, because that's what makes a community. That's how we build ourselves. And listen, we are paying attention, all of this in this room and many other people paying attention to what's going on. So we'll no longer sit idly and let this go by. You'll find out what happens if it doesn't get approved. So thank you for your time.
Isaac Hoke and Seth Hackney.
Isaac Hoke, 507 Nubia Road, Westmoreland. I attend Portland High School. I am a sophomore, and I'm here to talk about the bleachers in our stadium. Our bleachers, they have been condemned ever since August, and we were all devastated because that was where our home fans and everyone sat and had a tradition where we always just cheered. And when we heard about them being condemned, we just lost faith, motivation, because it didn't feel like a home game to us no more, because we wasn't on the home side. And when we ain't on the home side, it's just not as good to us. But other than our bleachers being condemned, our bathrooms and our bathrooms, they flood, and they come out on the field, and that's basically crap water that is you're walking through. And our bathrooms, they barely work, they don't have no privacy, and they look like they're about to fall apart too. And if you could just have in your mind that you could pass this, the $15.8 million to us, to every school that has their bleachers or anything that is condemned or that doesn't work to be fixed. It would make it a lot safer for families, fans, communities, just to have a better time at the stadium, because we are not having a lot of fun right now. And we don't feel safe because the bleachers are falling apart and we cannot operate them. Or like Hendersonville, my mom and my friends said the bleacher they had there that was to be just the bleacher they had there, they were sitting and they said they was leaning and almost falling over onto the person in front of them. That's not safe. But like beach, they fell over the night. Any bleachers can fall, any bleacher at any time, so. And they're already tearing down multiple people's bleachers right now, getting ready to build them. We just need y'all approval for the money so we can start building them and making them safer for our family and just have a better time supporting our teams and supporting your cheerleaders, your band people. It just makes the community better. And thank you again for listening to me.
Thank you. Seth Hackney, followed by Donna DeSopo.
Seth Hackney, 612 Lear Road. I'm a junior in Portland High School and I carry a 3.93 GPA. I've played football in Portland ever since I was 7. I believe we need to build a better community, and I show leadership on and off the field. And I believe everybody else on Gallatin Beach, Hendersonville, White House are approving to show a leader to the upcoming adults that will take over. It's the community that shapes it, that shapes the athletes to become a leader. As of right now, it seems like y'all are prioritizing a profit over safety for the kids. I have learned from football that one person can be hope. Positive or negative, one person can change. And I believe that I would die for the community that we have than just a little money from the bleachers. Safety is a #1 thing, I believe, and I believe we need to approve this so we can have more safety in our community. If you have ever read in Greek mythology, Theseus is a name you should know. He protected his city, and probably one of the best, and he was exiled for protecting it. And it seems like you're exiling the community's failure. Thank you.
Donna DeSopo, followed by Scott Langford.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Donna DeSopo, and I reside at 101 Chambliss Court in Hendersonville. I'm very pleased to see so many of you here this evening and to watch government in action. It really moves me that we have such great students here, and there's so much work to be done and so many things you can do to be educated, to make sure that these things never happen again. I will say that I hear a lot of things about doing the right thing. And doing the right thing, if it had been done, we'd all be sitting at home, and it's very late, and we want to get to bed. And we entrust people who are supposed to be leaders, those who use our precious resources. It's our labor. And it's not just $15 million or at the budget, what do we have, $380 million that we fund our schools. And even within that budget is $32 million for maintenance. Our expectations is that the work gets done. Where did the millions go to maintain? We should never, ever subject any child to a safety problem or the public at large. I don't know how many of you were able to look at the CATS report. And this is why data is so important. And this is why what we have to do is, what is the lesson? We can't just shove what took place under the rug. We have to learn from that, because if we don't know history, we will repeat it, and we will be back here again. And thank God, no one got hurt. But that's called failed leadership. That is called irresponsibility. With the labor that we presented, with the understanding the work would get done to protect us all. This situation really shined a light, and it made me dig, because data don't lie. And I read this structural assessment report, and it turns out that back in 2011, we already knew there were things, and now we can't find a report. Well, there's good reason why you can't find a report, because there are state laws to prevent the inertia and the failure to do the work, which, yes, expose this county to lawsuits wrongfully and unnecessarily. When I looked at this summary, and by the way, I do serve on a board, and we have what is called a fiduciary responsibility for all the dollars that you hold. And I applaud all of you, because what you were asking for was not extreme. You were asking for estimates. You don't pull numbers out of the sky, because properties are being leveraged. Seniors lose homes when they can't pay their tax bill. That's what happens when we don't tightly manage our money and make it stretch and get the best we can. We need to build strong minds. We need to build strong bodies. And how do we do it? With the resources we have. Reserves are only when you desperately need them. But we have money in a budget, and what should have happened, and I looked at the report, and there were 4 more immediate needs to be addressed. This is what should have happened if we had leadership that cared enough, leadership that did its job. They would have looked at the 4 different schools that needed the immediate bleacher repair. They would have gotten a 2-week bid process. They would have already, by now, we could have had that work done, because there's money in the budget for that. There's money in the budget for that. Those immediate needs would have been tended to, and guess what we could have done? And this is a missed opportunity with a great board who's very conscientious of balancing the resources and making sure they get the best for all of us. We're all in this together. But we cannot go into $305 million in debt. We can't watch our money get squandered, and then I see dilapidated bleachers. This is a visual problem. How did that go on for all this time? And now, unfortunately, a new board is saddled to mop up the mess. And they're doing the best they can, and I applaud them. But I will tell you, you get a 2-week bid process. This is how it works. You get the 2-week bid process. You get probably the lowest bid, and you get to work. None of us would be here. Things would be taken care of. There wouldn't be drama, but guess what? It got politicized, in my opinion, and based on the data. It got politicized. So what I am asking is that, yes, if there is a release of these funds, that it has to be accountable money, get the estimates, and let's do this and do it right and plan. Thank you.
I know the time, and I don't need help. Mr. Langford, and then Leith and Pomeroy.
Scott Langford, 1260 12 Stearns Crossing, Goodlettsville, Tennessee. I'm going to try to go fast. I know it's a long night, and I've sat in these seats for a long time. First off, what I want to say is I have 3 things tonight I want to share. First is I am beyond grateful. Mr. Powell texted me and Andy Brown at 6:31 a.m. on August 15th with a picture of the bleachers that Beach High School's cross-country team had found that morning when they were practicing. The most immediate feeling I felt was relief that no one was injured, first and foremost. I'm grateful for the fact that the beach community immediately Coach Crabtree, Mr. Powell, Ms. Utley, myself, Mr. Brown, stood there and looked at the bleachers for a while trying to figure out what in the world we were going to do. But there was never a moment where we pointed fingers at each other, blamed each other, said anything, because we knew the decades of work that the Shackle Island community had poured into building and maintaining those facilities. And from that moment forward, our resolve was to work through to do the very best we could for our kids. And I'm very thankful and grateful for the Beach community, for Mr. Powell and his team, for Ms. Utley, for the quarterback club, for the boosters, for everybody at Beach High School. After we had, I was grateful we were able to get a structural engineer out as quickly as we did so that she could look at all the stadiums to make sure they were safe and we could take actions wherever necessary. I'm thankful for the Hendersonville, Portland, and White House communities for taking something that was very difficult to manage and managing it expertly. I'm thankful that Gallatin made the move to save money and to replace their visitor side, to spare us the needs of having a fifth stadium that we had to repair. I'm so thankful for them. I'm thankful for the principals, coaches, ADs, and supporters. I'm thankful for the school board. I'm thankful for my team that worked so hard to help us get back into bleachers as quickly as we could. I'm thankful for booster clubs and cities that for 5 to 10 decades built and maintained facilities. They did it to the best of their ability with what they had, and I'm very grateful for them. Tonight, I'm most grateful for the kids. Y'all, these are kids that have endured stuff that very few generations of kids have endured. Their lives have been disrupted by COVID. They've been disrupted by 100 other things, and this year they were disrupted by bleachers that weren't maintained. Okay? I am thankful for the fact that they have the resilience and the grit to not lie down, but to get up, fight, play their sport, and band together. I'm so very proud of our Sumner County students tonight, and I'm very grateful for them. I want to talk about legacy. Let's work together to build for our communities. Let's do right by our kids. They deserve it. They've endured a lot. We have the opportunity to reach across whatever divides separate us. Another speaker said this, we have more in common than we have apart. So let's find those common areas of ground. Let's work together. Another speaker said, let's stop pointing fingers. I've probably been as guilty of it as anyone. I'll own that. But it's time for us to learn how to work together, because when you look out here, you can see the need of our community for leadership and for legacy work. Sumner 2030 in January, I'll be asking for a number of you and a number of other city leaders and community leaders to come together to plan for 2030. I think if we all get our heads together, we can do something magnificent for the future of Sumner County. I want to close with responsibility, right? From the very moment I set foot on a college campus when I was in the Army, first thing I learned was yes, sir, no excuse, sir, I do not understand. Responsibility is a key component of everything I believed in my life. Let me make it easy and take some things off the plate. I'll accept all responsibility for the bleachers. The ones from the past, the ones here now, and the ones in the future. It's all I know how to do. I wholeheartedly believe I've known Mr. Hyde and Mr. Bills my entire life. I think they did the very best they could with what they were entrusted and given by their community. They spent many years fighting to have diesel fuel for buses and copy paper for copy machines. We're in a different place now, where we have the money and the ability to do special things for our kids. Give me the opportunity by transferring this money, and I'll accept all the responsibility for making sure that the bleachers get completed. I'll make sure they're inspected. Our school board passed a policy to ensure that bleachers are inspected. I'll do everything in my power to make sure that this doesn't happen again, and if anything like this does happen, I'll accept the full responsibility for it. I hope that this is a great night for the future of Sumner County. I'm 51 years old. We spent the majority of my life fighting over things between the school board and the county commission. We can be better than that. We can work together. Let's do that work tonight. Let's begin that process tonight. I'll be happy to share everything as transparently as possible. We have to get sealed bids on everything. We have to follow state and county protocol and policy, which we do. All of our stuff is publicly available, but I'm happy to sit down and explain anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Leith Ann Pomeroy, followed by John Durrett.
Hi. This is nerve-wracking. My name is Leith Ann Pomeroy. I reside at 116 Long Hollow Way in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Our family has been a part of the Beach community for over 20 years, and both of my children graduated from Beach High School. Our son played football for the Buccaneers, and he also ran cross country. My husband filmed games every week for years. My son-in-law plays baseball at station camp. This is the first time I've ever participated in public comments, but I have followed the actions of this commission and previous ones for many years. First, to anyone in this room or listening online who is not a professed follower of Jesus Christ, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Christians are instructed to live our lives in such a way as to be a light to the world. Our thoughts, words, behaviors, and actions are to be such that they draw people to want to know our Savior, Jesus Christ. We have fallen so short of that, and in doing so, we have not only wronged you, we have wronged each other, and we have wronged our Lord. I'm humbly asking for your forgiveness. Please don't look at us. Please look at Jesus. He is worth looking at. I've heard many times through this ongoing discussion that we must do what is right for our children. Yes. I want to add only this. We must think of the legacy that we are leaving to our children beyond the $15.8 million in question. Our words and our actions are on display. A previous speaker mentioned that, and a previous speaker also mentioned legacy. To my fellow followers of Christ, I hope my words are an encouragement to you. The consistency of our God's character through both the Old and New Testaments is evidence of a God who never changes. Our God wants to be known for who he is. He is repulsed by pride and welcomed in by a spirit of humility. He is only interested in the condition of our hearts. Jesus taught us that the one who hungers and thirsts for righteousness is the one that will be satisfied. Bleachers won't satisfy us. Books won't satisfy us. Greenways, or the lack thereof, won't satisfy us. Sewer lines won't satisfy us. These are just the things that the Lord continues to place in front of us in an attempt to bring us to the end of ourselves so that we might actually look to him. As humans, we're concerned about the state of these things, but God is concerned with our hearts. If the dialogue that's largely been the dialogue of tonight was a reflection of what's taken place outside of this room, that'd be one thing. But that hasn't been the case, and we're all to blame for that. When people try to act righteous, it often causes us to do some very unrighteous things. And we lose so much if we win the argument but destroy our testimony in the process. The most heartbreaking part of all of this, and similar scenarios of the past, and there have been similar scenarios of the past, is the smell of blood in the water, when it is the spirit of humility and repentance that is desperately needed. Dignity should be conferred upon every human being who carries the breath of God in their lungs, whether we agree with them or not. The how of all of this matters to him. This is the legacy we leave to our children, the how. Finally, to the commissioners here. I don't know many of you, I don't know all of you, really. I thank you for your service to our community. Any members of the school board, I thank you for your service to the community, and I thank my community for being here. I hope this encourages you in this, I hope I can encourage you in this way. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Peacemaking, true peacemaking, is marked by one thing, really: the absence of a void. Because peacemaking is not just an end to an argument, it's not a deciding vote, it's not just a communicated end of conflict. Because you can end an argument, you can take a vote, and there can still be a huge void left. And that void is breeding ground for resentment, future conflict, seeds of unforgiveness, and division. That void must be filled. Both parties must be willing to step into the void, all parties, and work with each other to be reconciled and restored. This is hard stuff, but nothing is impossible with God. What happens next, the how of it, matters. It will be a part of your legacy. Everyone, when attempting to discern whether your words or actions, myself included, your thoughts or your votes have been guided by godly wisdom, wisdom from above, ask yourself these questions. Is it gentle? Is it pure? Is it peace-loving? Is it compliant, full of mercy, bear good fruit, unwavering, without pretense? Does it come from a place of bitterness, envy, selfish ambition? Are you required? Thank you.
Let her finish her statement, but not, just wind it down.
I am. I
Okay.
went to one page from three. Does it require you to tell a little white lie or two or participate in one by not speaking truth? Are you proud of yourself? Does it result in disorder or chaos? Wisdom from above is available to all who ask God for it. Maybe we could all ask it for him now. Thank you for this time. I pray for all of us that we would all know how very much we matter to the one who knows us and loves us, and that we could choose to love each other well. Thank you so much.
John Durrett, followed by Brian Baltershut. Are either of them here? Okay. What is your name? Oh, Brent, I'm sorry. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Bryn Baltershot. My address is 1053 Five Coast Choice. I am a sophomore at Station Camp High School. I have been on the cross-country team and in the track and field program at Station Camp since I was in 6th grade. I am a 4.0 grade point average student and take great pride in competing for my school. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today in regards to transferring the stadium renovation money from the reserve fund to the Phase 1 project fund. According to a nationwide study conducted by the National Federation of High School Sports in 2021 to 2022, track and field is the most participated sport for girls and second only to football for boys across the country. Even though we do not have a track where I can properly practice, much less compete, I have become one of the top distance runners in the state. Last year as a freshman, I finished top 10 in the state in cross country and 4th at the track and field state championship in the 2-mile with a time of 11:08. I have dreams and aspirations of someday competing in the SEC, but the fact that I am forced to train on a deteriorating surface not only limits the way I must train, but also puts me at risk for injury that could someday affect my ability to achieve those goals I have set for myself. Though I have been fortunate enough to have early success in my young career, no athlete in Sumner County should be at a significant disadvantage or severe risk at any point in their careers due to the lack of a proper athletic facility. I'm sure many of you on this commission have or have had children participate in football, basketball, softball, or soccer. So for 1 minute, I would ask you to imagine a few things. Imagine asking your son to run routes and pass a football in tennis shoes on the gym floor before playing their biggest rival on Friday night. Imagine asking your daughter to practice basketball outside on concrete in flip-flops, or even asking her to field ground balls in the parking lot. Imagine asking your son to practice soccer every day on a field with an uneven surface, littered with holes for them to possibly turn an ankle or tear an ACL. Finally, I would like you to imagine your child playing for 4 years at their school without ever once having the opportunity to play a home game in front of their peers and family. While some of you may feel these are extreme examples, this is the reality for us track and field athletes at SCHS. We compete in events that we have very little practice doing while practicing on a surface with shoes we will not compete with, only able to wear the appropriate footwear when we compete. We are at a major disadvantage when we step out on the track to compete against schools in other counties with adequate facilities. On top of the safety concern, there would be a significant economic impact on Sumner County with revenue generated from hosting track and field events at SCHS. A competition-level track facility would open up the door for SCHS to host large subsectional, sectional, and state-level competitions. We are one of the few schools that has the seating capacity to do so and the appropriate staff in order to run the meet. Up until this point, the only reason we can't is because of the track surface. These large meets would bring upwards of 30 to 40 teams to Sumner County. A 30-team track meet would bring well over 1,000 student athletes, along with their parents who will frequent many of the local hotels and establishments. I want to close with this thought. For the last 21 years, track and field athletes at SCHS have succeeded in the face of constant neglect from our county. I've been told about athletes like Brandon Byram and Whisper Thomas in the sprint events, multiple 4x800 meter relay teams, and Evan Puckett in the pole vault, who have gone on to win state championships, while countless others have gone on to receive athletic scholarships. A small part of me wonders how many other athletes have or will miss out on those same opportunities. due to the lack of a proper place to train and compete. I ask this commission today to look out for the students first, rather than continue to argue over their difference of opinions. This facility isn't only about me or my dreams. I see this as a necessary upgrade for all students in the Station Camp community, whether it be PE class, general usage, or any student athlete. We all want to be proud of our Station Camp campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Is John Durrett here? All right, Colin Everett, followed by Kevin Baker.
First and foremost, I want to thank everybody for showing up today. The support is unreal. I never thought seeing collapsed bleachers at practice would lead to this. My name is Colin Everett. I live at 1039 Luxborough Drive, Hendersonville, Tennessee. I'm a senior at Beach High School, competing on both the track and cross-country team for the school while maintaining a 4.0 GPA and striving for the honor of valedictorian. I would like to address the lack of facilities for track athletes in the county with a focus on Beach High School. I have run on the track and cross-country team for 6 years, competing on varsity every year, and am now hoping to continue my academic and athletic career at the college level next year. In my time at Beach, I have witnessed a team nobody knew turn into a championship caliber team with runner-up state finishes, all-state honors, county titles, regional titles, and plenty of school records. Yet, we've never been able to run in any home meets because of the lack of a track. As several have argued, we lose the ability to raise funds for the teams from race fees and concessions. However, the biggest impact is on the athlete's experience. Intervals are a crucial part of our training, and we need a track to run the precise times. Beach's track is made of asphalt. It is non-regulation in dimensions and inaccurate in distance, preventing us from running effective workouts. Now that we have temporary bleachers, there's not even a track for us to run on. With this in mind, a team of 40 to 50 athletes is forced to commute through the traffic of Hendersonville to get to Liberty Creek or Hendersonville's track. After the long commute, we are forced to wait as the local schools, respectively, finish their workouts. This makes it difficult for parents and the student athletes who have homework that night. In regards to the seniors, we never get to experience the crowd of a home meet or our own senior night as many of our athletes do. The county states that they are committed to growing learners who are college and career ready, and sports are a major part in making sure students have the discipline, leadership, and communicative abilities to do so. Pretty soon, I'll be 18 and able to vote just like many other students in the room. Our opinion matters just as much as everyone else here. We pay attention and know more than y'all think. We're all here because this issue is important to us. It's time for y'all to see the majority, be the leaders y'all were elected to be, and use the $15.8 million for our athletic facilities to take the right step for the betterment of our high school experience and community. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Colin Everett and Kevin Baker. Well, we had Colin, I think, and Kevin Baker.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, there's a little bit of a delay to TVs. Now I know how Davy Crockett felt. And I suspect also that every raccoon is going to be heading for the hills because people tend to copy me when I get up here and stand and call out things, but it's great to see y'all. I couldn't have asked for a better turnout. The fact that we have so many engaged citizens is wonderful. There's a lot of discussions that have already been made, and I couldn't do a better job talking about safety and all these various things. The fact that you haven't been told one thing really disturbs me, though. You citizens, you are going to get the money for your sporting facilities whether this county commission voted on it or not. 6 months from now, the school board will have a meeting. They'll put it in their budget, and you'll get your facilities. Okay, why all the outrage? Why? Why did that have to be generated? I'll tell you why. But before that, to the commissioners, you know that that money was going to be spent. You know that next year, whether you approve it tonight, half of it, all of it, whatever, it was going to be spent. Okay, that's not an issue, and that's not a hand here. But you know, also, I've heard several people say, well, we want to move on. We want to move on. The problem with moving on, if you don't learn from history, you tend to repeat those mistakes. I remember vividly sitting in this room, not many people here with me, being told by people in current leadership that we were going to get rid of all of our portables at our schools. Now, I won't ask for a show of hands for how many schools have portables, but I know for a fact that schools still have portables, even though we pay taxes to get rid of all those portables. I also sat in this room and I heard many times over the years, from 2014 through 2019, we need these tax increases so we can put SROs in every school. Guess when we got our full complement of SROs? You can ask this commissioner when he got it. He's an SRO. It wasn't until last year. How could that happen? So you wonder why some of us, on your behalf, question leadership, because we've seen this before. Okay? I have right here a report that came from data from the comptroller's office, and this was new to all of us, most of us. We didn't know this, but guess what? In 2013, the school system had $15.68 million in unassigned balances. Kind of interesting. It's the same amount of money that we need today to fix our things, but back then, that money would have bought a lot more than it buys today. And just a week ago this past Friday, we heard from a member sitting in this room right now, an individual, how he brought to the director of schools that our bleachers were dilapidated. Yet he was told, if you bring this out in public, you'll be playing football. These are his words, not mine. You'll be playing football on Thursday night for the rest of your life, or something like that. That's the kind of leadership, folks. There's not a person in this room that doesn't want our kids to have safe, good facilities. But you know, as I've been attending these meetings for the last 10 years, I'm impressed by the quality of our leadership in general. Most of you all went through Sumner County schools. We must have had pretty good facilities. It doesn't turn out, you know, you put junk into a machine, you get junk out if the machine isn't very good. We didn't have that. We have good leadership in general, but we have a few bad apples that we need to take care of. And we need to call them out on this, okay? Because the issue is this. Just like with the portables, just like with the SROs, just like with the bleachers, what else is out there that we don't know? I come to all the meetings. I spend hours poring over the information, and I didn't know that we had a fund balance that was ballooning. It wasn't until the state comptroller's report came out. Why, folks? Why didn't we spend that money when we needed it? What kind of liability did that put us all in? Thank you, and God bless you. And commissioners, you got to vote for it. It's inevitable.
Sarah Squires and Forrest Haskins.
I'm not going to repeat a bunch of things that have already been said. I am going to represent Merrill Hyde Magnet School. My son is an athlete there. He's on the tennis team, and he just made the middle school soccer team. And so the reason that I really want the full amount approved quickly is because we're not going to get anything unless there are savings from the other projects. The current athletic facility where the trainers work is very small, and I know we are a small school, but every student at Merrill Hyde has to also be an athlete. They have to do some sort of athletic activity.
And my kid is smart, but his passion is really sports. And so I would really love for him to get the opportunity to have some of the facilities that the other schools are having. Not that I think that, you know, I want Beach to have their facilities. I want Gallatin to have their facilities as well. And I just want to clear up one sort of misinterpretation that seems to be permeating some of our community. 10 years ago, when we finally had a commission that was willing to fund and help our school system, we had to dig out of a very large hole. Decades of underfunding. Yes, we may still have a portable here and there, but back then we had 60. Over the past few years, our school board that we have today, some of the members still on and some of the members in this body still, spent a lot of time digging out of that hole. 11 schools had multi-million-dollar renovations to get our kids out of those portables. 5 schools got new HVACs. 3 schools got new roofs. 6 schools got new entrances, secure entrances, including Beach, windows and doors, security that was really lacking. We opened Burris, which was the first school to have a technology package of any kind. Prior to that, we had schools that opened with no books in the library. We had schools that opened with no facilities that 2 and 3 years after, as you've heard tonight, parents had to build those football facilities. Yes, a group came together, similar to the group that's in this room, and advocated for our schools for the first time in a long time, a bipartisan group. I don't know when working together became such a bad thing. We have both Republican and Democrat, liberal and conservative in this county. We are parents, grandparents, and we just want the best for our kids. And as you've heard tonight, our Sumner County kids are not failing. They're doing a really darn good job. We blew the state average for testing out of the water. Yet maybe we're at 50% according to those tests, but the tests, we've all critiqued those tests. They don't measure the full student, the well-rounded student. So I ask that you listen tonight and that you go ahead and approve these athletic facilities because our kids deserve it, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Forrest Haskins.
Well, good evening. My name is Forrest Haskins. I live near Station Camp, a place called Settlers Way, 120 Settlers Way, Hendersonville. Good evening, County Commissioners and folks. I just want to tell you a quick little story. A lot of focus on high school. A lot of things happen in high school. I just want to tell you a little bit about track and field for the middle school. My daughter runs in the track and field. She's Station Camp Middle School there. And so we hosted several events last spring. And it was amazing to me. I kind of got roped in to do some of the PA announcing because I like to talk, but I'm not going to take the full 5 minutes. My wife is watching online. She's going to hold me to it, or I'm going to be in big trouble. Anyway, we had all kinds of people show up. There were grandparents, uncles, aunts, people coming in. Where are you sitting? And it was okay. It was all right, but it could be better. And I've heard, there's talk about the ADA and the slick track. It would be great if some of this money could go for the Gallatin, be an all-weather rubberized track, I think is the goal, and ours as well. But I just want to say it's good, but it can be better. And so with an opportunity here to use some of this, I guess, rainy day fund, is that what it is? People before that have seen like, hey, we have a little surplus here, save it, $15 million, that ain't pocket change, right? But it can do a lot when spread throughout the county here. And there were multiple events that went like 3 hours, 3.5 hours. If you've ever been to track meet, they go long, especially when, anyway. There was all kinds of families coming there. And it was a true community event. That was really cool to see. And I think Bree left already, but for a high school, that's just magnified all the more. Tons of involvement, and those tracks, multi-use, of course, for track and field. You got the football issues, but I wanted to just kind of summarize one little thing. One of the ladies mentioning about sweeping under the rug, right? Well, I learned long ago, pretty simple idea. You can't keep sweeping under the rug forever because you're going to trip on it, and when you trip, right, it's going to be a big trip. And it sounds like for our county here, this is kind of at a point, right? like I said, the vision of those before was to save some money for the rainy day. Well, here's the rainy day, right? And a lot of voices, a lot of ways that it could be applied. But thank you for your work. Thank you for your wise decision making. I'm kind of new here. I lived overseas for many years, but I'm really impressed with Station Camp is kind of the window, but traveling a bit with what we have. And it's just, we can build on it and make it better, really can. And I wanted to just mention one last thing. Good, I'm not out of time yet, sorry. Oh, there's one there, there it is, sorry. But there is a lot to be said about the development for young students, right? I mean, a lot of you folks, I don't know y'all, but you have kids or grandkids or nieces, nephews. And when it comes to sports, what a great opportunity, right? For that character development, right? I mean, they got to get their math and science and all that good stuff. But when you get on a team and things go bad and the coach says, you can do better, and you're crying over here, I've seen a lot of tears of different ones, then, hey, give it an opportunity. Let's make it all the best we can for these young men and women to really dive in and see what it means to overcome obstacles, right? Perseverance, stuff like that. All right, one last thing. I do a lot of maintenance. I like fixing things. Nobody likes preventative maintenance, right? I mean, how many of us are like, yeah, I'll do that ahead of time, change that filter or whatever. But sometimes it bites us, and it seems like, I mean, praise God, it's been testified that no one was injured that we know of, right, with these bleachers and things. But let's be ahead in the game, and I think you guys can help make that happen. Thank you so much. God bless y'all.
Caitlin, I won't attempt to pronounce your name, Spring Valley Road.
Good evening. My name is Caitlin Pacharas, and I live at 203 Spring Valley Road in Hendersonville, Tennessee. I am a sophomore and cheerleader at Beach High School. I maintain a 4.0 GPA and am taking multiple AP classes, even doing another AP class online. I'm here as a student athlete to say I care about my school as well as my community, and that's why I'm asking you to give us the money for the bleachers, not just at Beach, but at every school in Sumner County. In fact, we are not just asking, we are demanding. Almost every person in this room is demanding you, commissioners, to vote in a way that will make change. I cannot exactly speak for other schools in this room, but I can speak for Beach, more specifically Beach athletes. 25 of us cheerleaders have to feel fear for our safety. We cheer to a tarp and constantly check over our shoulder to make sure we won't end up injured. The track, or lack thereof, is also dangerous to us. We throw fellow athletes over our head multiple times. If we mess up and she drops to the ground, the outcome can be terrible. It's the same, if not worse, for other sports and organizations at Beach. The dance team, band, Savannah Superbucks, Beach Patrol, track, cross country, and even girls soccer, and especially football, are all unable to practice or are limited to because our field is more like a danger zone. Is it really fair for the Beach's football team to win almost win state last year, then go to a stadium that's falling apart? Personally, I have watched multiple football players run full speed into the bleachers or other athletes. Cheerleaders and band members have been injured and instruments have been damaged. Something I also want to remind you of, these bleachers are temporary, they're not supposed to be permanent. I'm not asking for every high school in this room to have facilities just like those of Liberty Creek. I'm asking for safety. I'm here speaking for the students and athletes who are affected by these dangerous situations. I'm speaking for those whose stadiums can be barely considered stadiums. I don't understand how you preach safety and health, yet you allow these things to persist. And for the adults in the room who are telling us students to sit down and be quiet because the adults are talking, guess what? We are the future of your nation, and we won't just stay quiet. We have a right to be here just as much as everyone else in this room. We determine the future. I determine your future. Just because I can't vote now doesn't mean I can't in less than 3 years. To finally bring this to an end, I just want to say, I came to this podium to represent my fellow teammates, students, and Sumner County residents. And we have just one question for the 23 of you commissioners. God loves his children. It is that unconditional love which supports them. So why can't you just share a fraction of that same love and create change? Thank you.
Aaron Hawkins.
Thank you. My name is Aaron Hawkins. I live at 104 Kensington Court in Hendersonville. And first I want to say how impressed I am with the students that spoke tonight, that came out tonight. You, your parents, your teachers, and your community should be very, very proud. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. A little bit about my background. I have 3 daughters at Station Camp at varying levels. I'm the son of a single mother, and athletics, school athletics specifically, played a huge part in my upbringing. Oddly enough, my master's thesis was focused on government to school funding mechanism. So I have some background on that, but I can tell you exponentially more of what I learned on the playing field than what I learned in the classroom, exponentially. I've been a cross-country and track coach at Merrill Hyde for the last 4 years. As a team, we talk about learning to build a lifelong love of running, learning to operate as a team, learning to be responsible for your actions and your effort, and the obligation that comes with being part of a team. All those lessons are carried forward. That's why I'm here. I'm here out of obligation. No more, no less. I've seen literal blood, sweat, and tears on the cross-country course and the track. I promise those parents of my athletes every single year that I will love their children like my own when they're under my care. And I do. We need to love those children like our own. We owe it to them to provide safe and accessible facilities. That's why I'm here. Now I have an obligation to urge you to release that $15.8 million from the reserve to the Phase 1 project fund so that I, the parents, the coaches, and the community can fulfill our obligation to our kids. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask if the Chairman Pro Tem would come forward and take the chair, Mr. Mansfield, while I just say a few words to you. And we are finished with all of the comments, so we will take a break after this before we deliberate. Let me say, folks, that I am now completing 30 years as of this year here on the County Commission. I've been here longer than anyone else. And it has been my privilege. In that 30 years, I've seen a lot of things come and go. And I've seen big crowds like this, bigger crowds than this. As a matter of fact, the crowd that we last had that demanded that we not increase taxes was bigger than this one. So I've seen a lot of things come and go. But I would just ask you to keep everything in perspective. I have tried very hard, even though I am a conservative and I like to pinch pennies. I learned to do that as director of schools on a limited budget to survive when I was director of schools. And so I want to say that the people that you have here, whether they are on one side of this issue or the other, don't fault anybody without really knowing them. They do a good job, and they really try very hard. And I have seen some people take a beating over this that should not. They are hard workers, they're conscientious, I know them individually, and they have a sincere heart and are not anti-student, anti-schools, or anti-parents in any way. I have made it an effort while I have been here as a county commissioner to get along with everyone. Now, they may not get along with me, but I try to get along with them, okay? And I don't, just because, and I want you to see this from your perspective, just because someone does not see something the way you see it, does not mean that they are a bad person. They see things in a different light. So as we deliberate in a few minutes, I want you to understand, please, that you have had your say. We have been here a long time, listening. And the next part of this is the deliberation, which will be with this body. You've had your say, and give us the respect of being quiet and listening and learning from what is being said here. We will take a little break right after this, and then we will start deliberating. But please be respectful of these people. They work very, very hard for you. Thank you, and we'll take a 15-minute break. Now, I want to remind everyone what I said a few minutes ago, that we have sat and listened for 2.5 hours. Now it's your turn to sit and listen to us for hopefully 15 or 20 minutes, okay? Hopefully. Okay. I'll ask the chairman of budget to bring forth the resolution that is before us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'd like to move to approve the resolution as passed from budget, 8.8 million toward athletic facility renovations. I so move.
Second.
Motion and a second. Who was the second? Commissioner Mansfield was second. Any discussion? Commissioner Teachner.
First of all, thank you to all the kids that were brave enough to come up here. Sometimes you don't know exactly what's going on, but I really appreciate the fact that you guys got involved and that you were brave enough to stand up here and talk. It says a lot in a room full of adults, so I just want to say that. Mr. Chairman, this is going to be a little bit of a long-winded one. Hope you don't mind. I would say I'll keep it short, just like the good Lord kept my legs, but it ain't going to be that way. As a representative of the citizens of Sumner County, I'm tasked with the heavy responsibility of seeing every side of every issue brought before this county commission, which could have positive or negative impact on the people of this county. I'm a man of prayer, I love my neighbor, and I love Sumner County. At first, I considered whether I should abstain from this issue. My reasoning is historically I abstained from any vote connected to school budgets for ethical reasons and in alignment with my commissioner training for the state of Tennessee because my wife is an employee of Sumner County Schools. But however, I believe it to be more ethical in this situation to cast my vote and allow the constituents both for it and against it to see how I voted. The collapsing of the bleachers at Beach High School and the condemning of the bleachers to the other schools in our county was not caused by natural disaster or any other unforeseen occurrence. As we've heard over and over and over again, it was a result of systematic, process-driven, or at least process-supported, for years and years of neglect. But it seems to me that it's not an assignable blame to be placed on any individual or any group of individuals, but it's process failure nonetheless. Process of inspection, maintenance, replacement is needed is that process. It is always a challenge for county government to address emergency-related expenditures, which by their nature are unpredictable. I've heard convincing arguments that emergency resources should therefore only be used to address emergency issues. To much of an extent, and under many circumstances, I would agree. These past few weeks have been very revealing, very enlightening. The bleachers collapsed and revealed the need for a plan to maintain our facilities and infrastructure. And my decision to not make up my mind fully or publicly until I have investigated every angle of this situation as required by my citizens, revealed truths I never anticipated regarding long-time friendships. Some have drawn closer to me. I made some new friends. Many have even texted me prayers, prayed for me to be filled with wisdom, and offered words of kindness, love, and encouragement, unconnected completely with how I vote. One longtime friend looked at me and was so mad at me, with so much hurt and hate that I couldn't understand it. And then one spoke poorly of me to another friend. One ignored me when I spoke to them, and I've known them for a long time. One apologized to me for an incorrect Facebook post and corrected the wrong through editing the original post. And I've had threatening, mean-spirited emails from every side of the issue, every single angle you can imagine. Moments like these define who we are and are a display of every side of human nature. I will never forget the kindness and consideration I've seen from true friends throughout this contentious time, but make no mistake, I forgive the ones who treated me poorly, and I wish so much goodness upon them. And I love them. But how we got here? For many years, the schools only built the buildings we would all consider as educational facilities. This included the gymnasium, which was used both for physical education and basketball games. The parents, through booster clubs and quarterback clubs of each school, had to raise 100% of the monies for all athletic facilities, such as the football field, softball, baseball, soccer pitch, track and field, field house, etc. Then, in 2002, Station Camp set a new precedent, funding all the athletic facilities except for the field house. And Liberty Creek did the same thing, but this time the county paid for the athletic facilities, the field house, and even included the landscaping. It should be noted that upon opening, Station Camp did not even have books, though, in their library until they were fully funded by parents. This took 5 years, I was told. There are many schools in our county who even required fundraising from the community and parents to pay for copy paper. We heard of diesel fuel, and at least a few had to even raise funds for a music teacher. Imagine if we were talking about that tonight. From the moment I first heard of the bleachers collapsing at Beach High School, first of all, I was so relieved that no one was hurt. Second of all, I was both confused and aggravated that we have been approving monies for facilities maintenance, but they have not been using it. Then I realized, as any parent who has participated in the booster clubs and quarterback clubs across our county will understand, the schools have always seen that, the maintenance, and all the facilities, as something that was up to the parents to maintain, and the parents have always seen that as something for the schools to maintain. So, once the schools took over building the facilities, their mindset didn't change overnight to one that would maintain anything having to do with the athletic facilities outside the fields, etc. So you see where we got there. No blame, just that's how we got there. Last week, I voted not to add this to the agenda. I even spoke against it for a few reasons, against adding it, I should say. We had notified this special called full commission meeting that we're attending tonight to the public already, and I felt that anyone not present and expecting to have a week to plan to be there deserved the opportunity to attend and be heard. I knew it would give me the opportunity to do my homework and report back to the people I serve with an informed, wisdom-led decision. It would have been the largest budgetary item of any on the agenda, and our county law director advised us that adding it to the agenda was illegal, and the sheriff sits right behind me. Not tonight, thank God. Bad example. But anyway, I have never wavered on the need to replace the fallen and deteriorated bleachers. I visited with Dr. Sawyers at Hendersonville High School, Dr. Woods at Portland High School, Mr. Powell at Beach High School, and Dr. Becker at Gallatin High School, and I reached out to Dr. Miller at White House. And I planned to visit White House, but we didn't get time set up. I've spoken to tons of citizens on both sides of the issue. I read or am reading every single email I have or will have received from citizens, and I've met with Dr. Langford and Mr. Hyde. I've spoken to Dr. Langford multiple times via text and phone, and I've called every single one of our 11 school board members. Had some great conversations with Tammy Hayes, Stephen King, and Ted Wise, and I was called back by most of them. So I got to say that some of them I just had to return the call to. So I was proud of that, thankful for that. During my meeting last week with Dr. Langford and Mr. Hyde told me the driving reason behind the schools and county not funding the athletics facilities in the past prior to Station Camp and Liberty Creek was simply because of a lack of money. It wasn't because they didn't want to, just they didn't have the tax base, they didn't have the money there. We must decide whether the athletic facilities are a schools and county responsibility or whether they will always be or go back to being a parent responsibility. Any governing body at the point of facing an emergency funding need that has arisen as the direct result of an inadequate process must consider ways to address that process at the same time that funding for the remedy is provided, or that body is participating in and perpetuating the inadequate process that led to the emergency in the first place. Let me repeat that. If we don't correct that inadequate process, we're perpetuating it exponentially. And in what could become the single largest perpetuation of a problem in this county. I cannot sit idly and allow that to happen. You may have even elected me for such time as this. The County Commission is charged with ensuring appropriate allocation of taxpayer resources, a process that runs on an annual basis to address all of the regular needs of the county's both operating and capital budgetary needs. This emergency at Beach caused the collapsed bleachers and other safe bleachers to rise to the top of that priority list of the county. Make no mistake, this emergency alone did not allow other capital items to move to the top of that priority list, and gross negligence on all of our behalf did. This emergency did bring to light the radically changing and woefully inadequate methodology or process that has been relied upon for planning, budgeting, building, and maintaining athletic facilities at an acceptable and achievable level at all of our schools across the county. By any measure, that process over the past 2 to 5 decades has failed dramatically. The chosen method of response to this emergency has caused the entire county to look at this situation while forming and voicing opinions. Those opinions are valuable and valid. Opinions alone, however, no matter how valid, do not and should not serve as a substitution for this body correcting the failed process that got us here. Opinions and ideas can help shape the solution. The solution, however, requires trust, function, transparency, accountability, and cooperation between the school board, director of schools, the county commission, our county mayor, and Sumner County parents and grandparents, ultimately. This problem requires funding and process improvement. I contend that those two things must occur together, and over the past several years, we have seen two types of leadership. We've seen compromisers who never give citizens what is needed or wanted entirely. This is nationwide. And dividers nationwide who leave us all angry and bitter and only accomplish things through division. Both words seem dirty, though, don't they? Even in their root vocabulary, who wins in a compromise and who feels good when we divide? However, I'm asking each of us at all levels to strive for something much higher and much better, something much more American. I pray for each of us to return to the days of healthy discourse between parties who cared so much about their neighbor that they could listen and hear all sides truly. If we are talking about what our kids deserve, it is that, a government that functions well internally and externally by the people and for the people. I will be voting yes to allow the recommended transfer for the full amount of $15.8 million from the school's reserves to be used in the way the school board and our director of schools sees most appropriate to meet the needs of the 50-plus schools across this county. I know this $15.8 million is needed desperately because I've visited each of these facilities myself, and I've seen the result of systematic failure that got us to this place. It's on all of us, guys. We're all watching. We're all responsible. We've got to make it move forward. I thank God no one was injured or killed as a result of this failure. I've heard from many that there are many other huge unmet needs in our county, but that's not our responsibility. I want to remind us that the county commission does not and cannot tell the school board how to spend the money in their budget. However, the citizens can. Therefore, with my yes vote, I ask. I'm not writing a resolution. I'm not demanding. I'm just asking that you join me and the director of schools brings two things to the education committee meetings every month. The detail of how each dollar of the $15.8 million is being spent so that we can all share as commissioners that information with our constituents. So many are sitting in these chambers and will demand and deserve to see it. And number two, how much of the total plan does this $15.8 million represent? Whatever it is, the citizens need to know, and we need to know so we can plan accordingly. Because is it 15.8% of a $100 million plan? Is it 50% of a $32 million plan, or what? It's y'all's decision. We all need to know and be able to share that number in simple terms with one another, with our constituents, because y'all are the investors who will fund everything in this county, has for years. The school board does not raise taxes, guys. The county commission does. The school board is, however, the recipient of around 75% of all the tax money raised. This is 3/4 out of every dollar of tax money, and the reserves in question are tax money also. This means the school board is spending material amounts of money, sometimes in a single decision. This $15.8 million of reserves that I'm recommending that we move forward is such a decision and demands transparency and accountability. And you know who's going to demand it? The same folks sitting here in the chambers tonight. So $15.8 million cannot be a Band-Aid slapped over the problem that got us here. I heard citizens say that, and I love that point. I ask everyone listening, please do not go away. Do not be okay with not being heard, every school. And please hold each and every one of us accountable, myself included, or vote us out, remove us from our positions as quickly as possible and move forward. Nobody argues that the money is needed. I don't think any of these, I've not had this argument with anyone. But the citizens deserve to know where this initial step is leading us, and I encourage each and every person in these chambers to join me in formalizing the accountability tonight and fix this for all future generations. That goes for the county commission, the school board, the county mayor, and the director of schools. I encourage each commissioner to vote yes to the transfer of the full $15.8 million requested. Now let's each hold each other accountable, for the future of our children depends on it. And I want to say I make an amendment to the motion to transfer the full $15.8 million in reserves.
Motion by Commissioner Teachner and a second by Commissioner Pomeroy for amendment establishing $15,800,000 to be transferred.
Chairman, just real quick so we're clear. I'm sure it's going to want to be a question.
I'll go ahead and repeat it.
$15,790,000. All right.
Whatever the correct amount is on the.
Well, it's going to be $15,700,000 now. Okay.
No, it's 790, right?
790. All right. Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to make sure we're clear, so our total is going to be $16,290,000. That's the original piece, the request that came over from the Board of Education. Is that what we're voting on?
Is that your motion?
I spoke with Dr. Langford and asked that same question. And he said that first was just a typo on the cover page, and the rest of it says 15 even, correct, with the 790? Please correct me, audience, anybody correct me.
$15,790,000.
792, I believe. Is it, so 15 million?
I got a,
Mr. Chairman,
I got a thumbs up from the director of schools at $15,790,000, so I think that's what we'll transfer. Okay. Okay. The motion has been made by Commissioner Teachner, second by Commissioner Pomeroy. There were a number of people in the queue, but I need to know if this is on the amendment. Commissioner Wynn? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to thank Commissioner Teachner. I think his comments were very appropriate and very well said, so I agree with everything that he did share. I also want to thank everybody that's here tonight, all the students and the parents and just everybody in the community, and especially those that gave their comments. So I know it takes a little bit to get up in front of a large group of people that you don't really know and share your thoughts. So I've got long legs, so I'm going to be long-winded, just to steal something from Jamie as well. So there's been a lot of discussion by the commission on repair versus replace, second guessing and calls for second opinion. Now, I've grown up here in Sumner County.
No, wait just a moment. We're veering off the amendment.
No, we'll get there.
That sounds like the main motion.
No, we'll get there. This is the amendment.
Well, we better get there quickly.
We'll get there.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yep, so I've grown up here in Sumner County and was a student at Beach from elementary through high school. I've attended schools in a rundown building and in portables and was present every day when asset management wasn't a priority. Many are correct in pointing out our deteriorating facilities are not a new issue. Out of one side of our mouths, we say, shame on you. On the other side, we ourselves are ignoring maintenance at the facilities under our purview. Why? It's for the same reason. It costs money. This is an easy area to ignore. So we demonize the schools for lack of maintenance while we, after a year in office, have yet to correct the maintenance needs under our purview. The thought process and management of our county facilities to defer preventative maintenance is not new. But you know what is new? This commission's new. So I wasn't elected to finger point or blame assign. I was elected to find solutions to problems, no matter who created them. You know, a lot of these facilities are fundraised and built and managed and maintained by booster clubs, and they've done the best they can with what they have. A lot of these issues, specifically with the beach bleachers, have been known for years. My father was on the booster club at Beach, 92, 93, and the footers aren't deep enough there. That was known 30 years ago, and we still use the facility. It's a calculated risk. But again, the booster clubs did the best they can with what they had. So there's an old saying, today's solutions are tomorrow's problems. And that's essentially what we're dealing with, is that it was yesterday's solution, but now it's today's problem. And that's what we need to work through, and that's what we need to manage through. So the finger pointing accomplishes nothing for the taxpayers that elected us. Everyone in this chamber has the same responsibility, is to solve problems. So we can be like previous administrations, or we can choose to be different. Leaders lead. Let's be different. Let's do the right thing. And let's correct what we can correct. So the current state of many of our stadiums is putting this county in a bad position when it comes to safety, when it comes to ADA compliance and handicap accessibility. Both of these have large legal exposures. And I know we're extremely concerned about legal exposure, since that was one of the main reasons cited why we couldn't take this up last week, was because there was potential legal exposure. Now, recently I attended a White House football game, and we'll just touch on ADA and handicap accessible. It was very concerning to watch an elderly gentleman almost fall down the bleachers because they're steep. I don't want to get into the issue of fairness, but I do think we have a problem. We are liable for that, and we have to start correcting these things, and those corrections will cost money. So improved athletic facilities have a bigger impact than just nicer looking facilities. These facility improvements help us to prioritize our student athletes' health and safety with space and equipment for our trainers to better serve all of our athletic programs, and would afford our schools across the county more opportunities to host more events, which translates into additional fundraising opportunities for other programs outside of football. So these extracurricular activities, such as bands, and specifically our girls' athletics programs, benefit from these stadiums, from these athletic improvement upgrades that we're looking at. So this is a lot of money. I mean, it absolutely is a lot of money. $15.8 million, we'll round up, just to keep it even. It's a lot of money. So we definitely don't want to take this lightly. But the safety and well-being of our students in our community are absolutely worth every penny of it. So some of this commission, we've shared a lot about telling the public that honoring this request will trigger a tax increase. Using one-time funds for one-time capital expenses will trigger a tax increase. While others on our budget committee are saying these one-time funds should be used to increase teacher salaries, reoccurring expenses, which ironically has a greater potential of triggering a tax increase at some point in the future. So this is not signing a blank check, since each program, each project would need to be approved by the members of our school board before funding could be expended. So it's no different than what we do in our very own capital budget in this commission. It's just like the mayor doesn't have a blank check whenever he wants to get something done. He has to do what? Bring the project to the commission. It goes to the committee.
Commissioner Wynn, I'm not trying to cut you off. What you're saying is well taken, but I think it should be on the motion as amended rather than on this. So please come to a conclusion.
Absolutely. Yep, I would have been done, but we'll continue on. So this commission has looked for every reason to say no to this request, moving from one reason to the next to the next. But it's due to the diligent efforts of the students and the parents in this room that have gotten us to this point. We're here because you would not allow your voices to be silenced or ignored. So I'm going to support the 15.8. I think it's the right thing to do. It's an appropriate thing to do. These are one-time expenses with one-time funds. So I'm going to ask that everybody else do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Now, before we go any further, remember you will be voting on this amendment to which we're speaking at this time. And then we will have an amendment, a motion as amended. So let's narrow our scope to the $15,790,000. Okay, Commissioner Becker, is this on the amendment or the main motion?
The amendment, please.
All right.
Okay, appreciate it, thank you. I will start off by also thanking especially the students who got up here tonight and spoke to us. I mean, every one of them were very well spoken, and I know it can be nervous to speak in front of a crowd. I think there's some studies saying that's the biggest fear of everybody is speaking in front of a crowd. But regardless, I'd like to thank them for that. I'll start off my comments by saying and I sent this out in a bulletin to my constituents who receive my newsletter, but I know not everyone reads that or receives it. So to condense it, I am fundamentally opposed to approving non-emergent large item expenses outside of the normal budget cycles. When you do that, you can't be as effective as possible in managing your overall budget. For the 4 stadiums that the bleachers were condemned, that wasn't known during the last budget cycle. However, the conditions of the tracks at Gallatin Station Camp, they were absolutely known. And they could have and they should have been addressed then. But I'm just looking at the video when Eric. But the previous budget was presented by a director of schools who's no longer here. And we do have a new director of school with Dr. Langford. I had my original thought when Dr. Langford presented phase 1, phase 2 items. Looking at phase 1, there were the bleachers that were impacted, and then there were additional items. My original thought was, hey, let's address the emergent bleacher items now, and then during the budget cycle, let's address everything else, right? But at that point in time, we didn't have cost estimates attached to it. So rightfully so, the Budget Committee and the Commission requested Dr. Langford to sort of hurry up and get those cost estimates. I know he was working to do that. It wasn't withholding information, but at that point in time, we didn't have that information. As those estimates eventually came through, the stadium projects of those 4 schools, just 3 of the 4, Beach, Portland, and Hendersonville, amounted to $12.4 million, just those 3 alone. White House's stadium was not included, so I reached out to Dr. Langford for clarification there. Since White House's stadium is I guess it sits inside Robertson County. I think the idea there is to maybe carry over some more temporary solutions until a feasibility study can be conducted on whether or not it makes sense to move that stadium into Sumner County's footprint, which I agree with that approach on that. So the 12.4 of the 15.8 were just for those three stadiums alone. That's Beach, Portland, and Hendersonville. As for that remaining 3.4 million, the difference there, it exists now. One of the speakers during the public comments made note is, it's going to transfer over whether we do it tonight or it's going to transfer over in the next budget cycle. So it's going to transfer over. So it's a matter of timing. And when I looked at I've been to Gallatin High School quite a bit. My sons both play soccer, so when we have away games there, I walk across the track to get to the soccer fields. But it's usually later at night, and I don't really look around, and I'm not focused on the track. But now I am, and it's obviously needs to be tended to. The station camp track. I'm not going to regurgitate all that stuff too. But my whole point is, we're going to transfer the money over anyway in 6 months, whatever. Construction cost or any type of cost right now, if we can get ahead of it, in theory, we would actually be saving money on those costs if we do it now versus waiting 6 to 8 months. So all that being said, I would like to also add that, regardless of how we got to this point, I do commend Dr. Langford and the school board for creating a short-range and long-range plan for those facilities. I do look forward to working with them on a funding strategy for those plans in the future. I don't know if I just missed it somewhere. Dr. Langford may have launched a Sumner 2030 plan. I don't know if that's brand new or not, but it sounds like an idea that I'm looking forward to helping participating in and helping grow together as a county along those lines. So I will be supporting the full transfer of that $15.8 million. So thank you.
Commissioner Harrison, is this the amendment?
Yes, sir. It's on the amendment.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I would like to also echo the comments that have been made by the previous commissioners, how grateful I am and appreciative to all of the stakeholders that are here tonight, especially our young people who came up and spoke. That is not an easy task. It's not easy to sit up here and make these decisions either. As you can tell by my shirt, I will be supporting the full transfer amount. If this does pass, and I'm persuaded that it's going to, I do want to remind you that tonight is October the 30th, and we haven't voted yet. We can vote in 5 minutes or we can vote at midnight. It's still, the calendar is what it is. And if you've ever built a house, you know how difficult it is not only to get estimates from various folks, but also to get the workers there. It's the holiday season that's coming up. January and February is bad weather. It is going to be an arduous and difficult task to get all of these things done by football season. I want folks in the room to be mentally and emotionally prepared that that is a possibility. I know that Dr. Langford and his team are going to do everything they possibly can to make sure all of these needs are met as timely and as expeditiously as possible. But I just want you to be prepared for that. I'm in support of it. My stadium, my home side bleachers have been condemned. We need help. The money is there. It's an accounting mechanism. But I just felt like that it is appropriate to just prepare folks for reality. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Brown, is this on the?
Main motion.
Main motion. You need to go back in the queue after you go out, or I will not see it on my screen. Commissioner Klein, main motion or the amendment? Main motion, Commissioner Mansfield, Commissioner Janone? Is this on the main motion or the amendment? Wait just a moment. It's on now.
Okay. Thank you for taking my voice, Mr. Chairman. Since this happened, I had several emotions that came upon myself, and that was despair, what? And then I got angry. I got very angry. And I got angry because I thought, how did this happen? What the hell happened? And I'll just use it, I won't cuss, but what the hell happened? So I took it upon myself to go for to inspect on my own. I'm not an engineer, but I have an engineer that I can tow with me. And I went and visited all of the stadiums except for White House. Because when I looked at the pictures, I felt like it needed a bulldozer, and it was in Robertson County. So first place I went was Beach High School. I walked around and looked at the bleachers, and I looked up underneath, and I thought, how many times did somebody walk by here that didn't need a pressure washer? Because you could have pressure washed all of the mold and the mildew that was on the concrete that was helping erode the concrete. But then I thought, I felt it was a disservice for me to blame anybody but the fact that it was negligent. And these folks out here in the audience, they've been sitting in these bleachers, and it made me, I shuddered to think what would have happened if they'd have been sitting in those bleachers. It made me sick to my stomach. So then I went to Portland High School, and I went to the stadium that's behind the middle school. And I went behind the school first, and there were children playing out on the hill out there. There was no playground. The stadium was locked, so I didn't want to get arrested, so I went around the front of the building and went in, and I was met by the principal at the middle school. And she was a lovely lady. She took me up there with her granddaughter who she was watching. And we walked around the stadium, and she explained to me, she had no key, but she explained to me what was going on. And one of the things that I saw was a stairwell that came up towards a press box over the bleachers that were condemned. And I thought, my God, that's dangerous. That's dangerous. And people were actually using that. So then I left there, and I went to Westmoreland. I'd never been to Westmoreland's football stadium. It was open. They were doing a photo shoot. One of the students was there doing a photo shoot. And my husband and I walked around, and we looked at the bleachers and underneath, looked up at the press box, and there were a few parents there. And I asked one of the football players that was getting his photograph taken, a young man, a very nice young man. And I said, son, I need to ask you a question. What do you think about this bleacher situation? And he looked at me like I had three heads. And he said, ma'am, I don't look at the bleachers, I just play football. And I said, well, I know, but what about the other bleachers? He said, oh, that? He said, yeah, that's bad. So his parents interjected with me, and they talked about that they go to different stadiums, and all of them are different. They all have shiny stuff, some of them don't, but they were good because they played football, and that's why they support their team. And I thought, wow. And behind the stadium is a field house that they just built last year. The community built it. Had a beautiful metal roof on it. It was all brick. And I said, who built? They said, we built that. The community came together and built that. It was tough because it's a poor community, but we did it. We were a community. I said, thank you for doing that. So then I went to Gallatin. Gallatin's in my seat. And I had the pleasure of meeting with Dr. Becker. And Dr. Becker's been there for 16 years, and when I had exchange students, they went there, and he had to deal with one of my exchange students was quite a little rowdy little fella. But he explained to me what he's had to deal with it's an older school, they have the most students, and he's had to catch up and fix things. But he had a plan, and I admired him for that. And I told him I had a concern because I knew the track was bad. I ran on that track when I was in the military. I don't look like I'm doing very well with that anymore, but I did run on that track, and it's bad shape. And I'm concerned, I have a trust issue because I'm afraid that when the money's transferred to the general fund for the school board to do what they need, that it won't be used for that reason. But I want to talk to, I won't ramble anymore, but there's an old saying. It says, do no harm. And it's something we use in my field, in medical field, do no harm. And what does that mean? That means that when you look at a situation and you're going to go towards a person or a situation, you have to put parameters in place that you do no harm. No one should be in harm's way. And that's what I think is going on here, is we have had nothing in place to keep this. We're lucky that no one was harmed, but we need something in place to show that we do no harm, because that is the most important thing. I waged, should we do all of it? Should we do some of it? Should we do none of it? You know, and I thought, why would I do that? Why would I leave this problem out there where people could be injured? Somebody said, well, you know, maybe the track is not emergency. It's emergency only if you fall and break your ankle or break your neck. I feel like the $15.8 million is a start, and I don't know what will happen. I may be dead by the time all this is done. But I feel like $15.8 million is where they said they needed it, but I can tell you I have a reservation of trust. I appreciate the fact that the folks here said that they will hold the school board accountable. I hope that happens. I'm very fearful that things will go undone, because when I went back to Beach High School with my engineering pal, and he immediately said this, and this is wrong with this stadium. It doesn't take the eye of the top of that stadium, that wall is actually moved out like this under that beam. And it's just a matter of time. But it feared me to think that these folks were in harm's way. And we need to keep that in mind when we think about what we're going to do in the future. And that should be the first and foremost, is do no harm. And make that your statement. And I'm going to vote for the $15.8 million. It's been really tough for me I've lost sleep over this, but it's the right thing to do, because I don't want any harm to anyone, and I'll quit.
Commissioner Mansfield, is this the main motion or the amendment?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to just, I had a pastor reach out to me and email me about approving the full amount. And I just wanted to briefly just read my amended response to this pastor. It was a very articulate, well thought out response. And I appreciated him reaching out. It's the first time I'd ever heard from a pastor on an issue. And my response to him was, I agreed with what he was saying, and part of this agreement was saying, first, let me start out by saying that I firmly agree that the goal of education is what's called paideia. It's training the physical and mental faculties in such a way as to enculturate children with our community's values encapsulated in what is good, what is beautiful, and trustworthy. While athletics is not the main priority of education, I believe athletics contributes to the success of academics and a child's overall well-being, or PADIA. I went on to say to this pastor, however, based on your email's content, I fear you have been given a particular narrative that does not present itself in its entirety. Proverbs 18:17 states, "The first one to plead his cause seems right until his neighbor comes and examines him." So I asked this pastor, I hope that he would be open to examining the entirety of this unnecessary controversy. And I encouraged him to seek out some of the resources out there to understand how unfortunately dark this issue has become. Unlike anything I have seen in a long time over bleachers. Told this pastor, I am eager to stand by the community in efforts to bring stadiums at Beach, White House, Portland, and Hendersonville back into safety compliance after over a decade of neglect with no scheduled maintenance or repairs. I said, additionally, I'm encouraged to see you, Mr. Pastor, engaged in the political process. Warming up with athletics is an excellent place to start, but I challenged him to dig deeper. I asked him, in your role as a community leader, where have you been when we've been fighting to rid our schools of pornographic and pedophilic reading materials violating state law? And I asked him where his church has been. I concluded by asking if he'd made it this far. I would like to schedule a time to speak with you by phone or in person to see how you can help us work to remove pornographic and pedophilic reading materials from our schools. I attached a sampling and I asked him that this should not be a part of our schools' community's PADIA, even though education and athletics is, and this is what this pastor was emailing me about. I asked my wife, she's my constituent, what I should do. You know, what does she want me to do? The only thing she could tell me was to represent the voices of those who are not or cannot be heard or cannot speak out for themselves. And there are a lot within the system. So, Mr. Chairman, this is what I want to share a little bit is not necessarily my opinion, but is what has been shared to me by representatives within the school system. And I say representatives because there are those who feel that they will be punitively targeted, fired, demoted, moved for speaking out against a narrative that is being put forth from one side from the school system. And a little bit I shared last week in budget was concern about, and these are concerns from within the system, how the taxpayers are being asked to embark on what could be a $50 million or more journey to upgrade athletic facilities throughout the county. But they specifically asked me, Jeremy, what about the other 40 schools in the county outside of these 7 high schools? And they asked me, what is being done to meet those needs for those other schools, much less the need to build new schools in these communities, in these cities, who keep approving growth without a way to pay for itself. Part of the resolution that I brought forward, as you've read tonight, is to asking for a comprehensive plan of what, and these are their asks. Let's look at what meets the greatest educational needs countywide, including new schools first. Prioritize first over athletic facilities and work on 2-, 3-, and 5-year plans and everything else over a 10-year period. And so that's part of this resolution as our request, and that is a request from within the system. Another thing that's brought to my attention when we talk, there's a lot of talk about safety, public safety, and school safety, a part of these issues. A safety issue has been brought to my attention. I mean, we have definitely inadequate educational facilities that have inferior building products that would allow somebody to do harm to children that need to be addressed, that aren't being addressed as part of this. And so I understand when teachers, when people within the system come to me and bring their concerns and say, why aren't these things being prioritized first? And so I want to say that as we're looking at embarking on this entire process of making sure that their voices are heard and making sure that their needs are met and making sure that we're actually comprehensively looking at these other schools to know what needs to be done. And I have a lot of people that ask me what my role is as a commissioner. And the easiest or the best explanation I give to people is that I have a fiduciary responsibility to give an accounting for all the tax dollars that we spend in this county. And we're not a bank. We're more like trustees looking over a trust. We've been entrusted with something. And the state has seen to it that the county commission provides checks and balances for all spending in the county. That is what the county commission exists for. And, you know, I've heard a lot of people talk about Liberty Creek, and there's been mention of bringing every school by the director of schools up to the same standard as Liberty Creek. And I just have to say, Mr. Chairman, on the record, I did not vote for Liberty Creek. When I first got elected in 2018, I went and spoke out at BOMA in Hendersonville, along with parents, teachers, and students from Station Camp for a rezoning and a development that they were trying to approve near Station Camp that was going to negatively affect the classroom population. And they were begging them not to do it. And I went up and begged them not to do it on their behalf, stood with them, with these parents and teachers and students. And one of the warnings that I had was that Liberty Creek would lead to a future tax increase, building that in. And I didn't feel at the time, reason I voted against it, it was the right location for a new school, because that's not where growth was organically occurring. And so I mentioned that because when we're looking at plans and we're looking at long-range plans, I get concerned because some of you guys might not understand or know that we have to look beyond just one item issues, such as school bleachers. And this is how this has all started. We all want to fix bleachers and upgrade facilities that have been neglected. But, you know, unfortunately, you know, what has come from this is Marxists and even capitalists have a strategy to never waste a crisis. And if you don't have one, to manufacture one. And unfortunately, what we started out on August 15th as needing to repair or replace or rebuild, tear down stadiums that were not safe has turned into something greater and much faster. And so my constituents and a lot of people who reached out to me have been concerned about that. One of the people within the school system that reached out to me, they brought this scripture to mind, and they quoted this to me, and I thought it was good. And they said, Jeremy, don't begin until you count the cost. For who would begin construction of a building without first calculating the cost to see if there's enough money to finish it? And the concerns that people have with the phases that have been presented from the phase 1, phase 2, I guess a phase 3 is, how much is this going to cost long term? Because everybody has, it feels like, Liberty Creek envy of facilities. Something was created that, right, I totaled it up on the expense of that. If you count the bonds, the interest, the cash infusions, it's around a $210 million campus, approximately so far, that campus, and we still don't have a functioning sewer. Doesn't work still. So when I look at counting the cost, and when these school representatives are asking me to count the cost, and we're thinking about counting the cost, they ask me, is it not reasonable to believe that there should be reserved this year and sufficient money that exists within the general purpose budget to do what they need to do? Why are they not doing it? Why are they not moving forward immediately? What the data shows is there is more in the budget than what is actually needed year over year over year for the past 10 years. And I was given a good hypothetical by one of these school employees. And they said, if you have, for example, a school, and the roof collapses, and let's say it's $1.2 million to fix it, but the board comes in and says, we want 12 million. The crisis we know is in the neighborhood of $1 million, but what it does, it gives them a chance to do a lot more for who knows what. And so these people are saying, hey, if there's no accountability, every crisis would allow them to not only request what's needed for repairs, but for whatever extra things for whatever they wanted. And I think they made a good point, and I appreciated that point, because again, it comes down to what is our job, and that's why we've been asking the questions. Good, bad, or indifferent, is asking the questions and just trying to put these things forward. It was mentioned about school salaries. Back in 2019, there was a property tax increase that wasn't popular, that I was here for, and the county's debt capacity was maxed out without that tax increase until January of 2024, still in the future. And what was wanted to be done at that time was to build a new judicial center, but they didn't have the money and the debt capacity, and taxpayers didn't have the stomach to raise taxes for a judicial center. But, true to the crisis fashion, there was thrown in a week before the full commission meeting, roughly, an $8.8 million request to fund teacher pay raises. So again, create a crisis. I need money for an alternative means. And I felt it was extremely disingenuous at the time to do that. And because what we discovered by looking at the budgets year over year over year over year with the funds that are in there is that the school board budgets more than they need. They pull it back, tuck it into reserves, and pad the reserves, and it's grown exponentially. So what that tells you is that money, that you don't fund long-term things out of reserves, a one-time issue. So if the reserves are staying at 15 or 20 million and not increasing, that would be true. But that's not the case. When they were increased by $10, $15 million a year, year over year over year, that means that money is there for recurring expenses. It just needs to be plugged in and stay there. So what we found was in 2019, a false narrative was given, again, using teachers to take something that's unpopular, so it's a tax increase, to kind of force that narrative. And so people have trust issues with a school board who says, we have a plan, just trust us. Or we want to do this, and we give these large amounts of money, and we do it over this amount of time. Because there's a history of not being truthful, of creating a false and divisive narrative over things such as teacher pay raises. So it's hard for citizens to stomach that because they lack trust in the Board of Education to wisely steward and prioritize facilities because they haven't been prioritized in years. One thing that I hated to see the District 9 school board member have what Mo used to say is partially accurate information presented in a grossly inaccurate manner against him. And what this school board member would do for years, it was crying out for the track at Gallatin to be fixed, for example. And he came and spoke in September of 2021 before the school board and asked them to fix it. And this is the same time that this school board was wanting to spend $3.5 million on a dilapidated old horse barn. That plan was going to encompass $10 to $20 million long term for a horse barn. And so yet, knowing that these emergent needs for athletic facility upgrades such as tracks at Gallatin, or if there's bad issues with tracks at Station Camp, or bathrooms in Portland, or even stadiums, all this money was willing to be spent on these things which just wasn't necessary. And we voted to give the Comer barn back and reverse the decisions that we felt were bad decisions and try to correct those wrongs. And so I felt it disingenuous when that member tried to basically split the baby proverbially and find out who the mother was with making an amendment to say, hey, let's fund $13.2 million to fund bleachers. And it got voted down by the majority of the school board. They voted down funding bleachers. And so it became evident it wasn't really about fixing bleachers. It was what a lot of these graphics say, fix bleachers. We're all about it. I mean, that's the main resolution was about. Let's fix bleachers, see what we can do. There's money unallocated, $1.6 million in the school board's budget that was mentioned. There was mentioned by a school board member from my district, District 5, that there's $615,000 that could be used, totaling almost over $11 million to fix bleachers. And so it was partly basically just a balance. Like, can we balance these immediate needs with planning for long-term wants and needs? And I don't disagree with the commissioner from the 21st district and what he said about, give it now or give it in May. I understand that. And I don't see a reason to delay at this point, so I agree with that. But I just wanted to be able to give a voice to those who don't have a voice as part of this process. So one thing that part of the issue that the citizens have, and I appreciate all the comments by citizens tonight about accountability with the school board, accountability on these dollars. We're going to watch them, know what they're doing with them. I'm really happy to hear you guys say that. There was, in 2012, the county commission created what...
Now, it's late in the game, but I'll clear the chamber. We're not going to break down into disorder. I allowed one commissioner up here some leeway, and I shouldn't have. So I'm going to allow the commissioner to complete his speech with just trying to narrow that and get to the point as soon as possible.
I'll just conclude by saying this, Mr. Chairman. When was the last time government was ever on time and under budget? What citizens fear, and I fear, is that the schools are going to come to us next year. They're going to ask for a breathtaking amount of new money in next year's budgets. Citizens are concerned about that. I've heard it said, many of these in support of the full amount right now. I've heard many citizens say online, publicly, that they are okay with raising taxes to fund athletic facilities. So I've got an amendment to the amendment, and that's two parts. And this is something citizens have requested. First part is to commit to a path towards rescinding the 2012 Finance Act and establishing a new plan for creating a centralized accounting system encompassing a comprehensive financial management framework that consolidates all county and school accounting processes and data into a unified system. The second part is in an effort to pay for repairs, upkeep, improvements, and/or new athletic facilities. This body does hereby create the Sumner County Volunteer Tax Act for repair, upkeep, and improvements for existing or new athletic facilities, and by such formation, ask citizens who wish to aid our county to make additional voluntary tax contributions for athletic facility upgrades. And I so move.
There is a motion on the floor by Commissioner Mansfield. Is there a second? Is there a second? Commissioner Janone? All right, we will need to go to this motion to, well, first of all, we need to clear this motion before any discussion on this motion. We have a motion and a second on this amendment. I'm sorry, this amendment. Commissioner Pomeroy.
We allowed, I think, 4 people to talk. I was going to make an amendment to the amendment. Somebody just got to talk for 19 minutes and 22 seconds before he got to make the amendment. So I just want to respect you. I am so thankful that you're giving liberty here tonight to speak, because I'm going to use it a little bit. But I want to know when you want me to do that. Do I get to talk and then amend his amendment? Because we never voted on the amendment that he was speaking about. So I'm going to amend the amendment like he just did. We never voted on that one.
Yeah, we have a new amendment now, and that is this, the second amendment, and we cannot have a third amendment for discussion, so you'll have to wait on yours until you're in the queue.
Yes. Okay, so I'm just order here because 3 or 4 people spoke. Didn't seem to be about the amendment, which was what we got to, and then we had a very long speech.
Right, we needed to dispose of that amendment.
And we never took that action, so I'm just curious, like, do I need to go ahead and then, because I can speak to that amendment. I just don't want to lose my spot in the queue. I've been waiting for quite a while.
Well, we need to dispose of this amendment first.
Okay, but we didn't need to dispose of the other one. I just want to make sure, okay.
All right, anyone else to speak on this amendment? Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a legal opinion if this is within the scope of this meeting, special call meeting, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you were saying.
I would like our attorney to give us an opinion if this is within the scope of this special called meeting, this amendment to the amendment.
I'll ask that of the attorney.
As long as it relates to the, the resolution that was on the agenda for this special meeting. The whole purpose is to get movement on the agended resolution. So amendments can be made to that resolution.
All right, I think he's saying we'll discuss it. Is there any discussion? Let me see hands on this amendment. Commissioner, are you finished, Commissioner Pomeroy?
Well, the mayor is still in the queue. Mike just got cut off. I would like to hear from you.
I think it was just, he just failed to turn it off, or our clerk can do that. Commissioner Becker? Oh, did you want to speak?
Yeah, well, with all due respect, changing a private act, I don't think is within the scope of this special called meeting.
Well, wait just a minute. Regardless of what we think, and I may think one way or another, but I have to go by the judgment of our county attorney, and that's what I'm inclined to do at this point. Commissioner Becker?
There we go.
It is on this amendment.
It absolutely is, thank you. And looking at our County Commission Rules and Procedures document, Section 3, Procedures. D under Resolutions, and then item number, pull it up, 10. No resolution shall embrace more than one subject, the subject to be expressed in its caption. This amendment absolutely goes against our rules and procedures and should not even be considered. I'm disappointed that our law director did not realize that.
All right, I have a clarification. The county attorney misunderstood the question that was asked of him, and the first part of that is he is ruling as not being allowed to be discussed at this meeting. The second part is appropriate, he says. So the volunteer tax.
Yes, I misunderstood the mayor. I thought the mayor was asking if we can amend the resolution in general. So that was what my response was to. But I agree with what the commissioner just stated.
Okay, so we're still discussing the Second Amendment. Everyone understand? We're still discussing the Second Amendment. Wait a minute, let me finish. We're discussing the Second Amendment, the second part of the Second Amendment. So go ahead and speak.
So I will repeat the second part. I guess let me ask for clarification before I speak. Can it, and I still want the microphone, can you repeat what that second part is?
I'll ask the attorney to read that.
The way I have it worded is, in an effort to pay for repairs, upkeep, improvements, and/or new athletic facilities, this body does hereby create the Sumner County Volunteer Tax Act for repair, upkeep, and improvements for existing or new athletic facilities, and by such formation, ask citizens who wish to aid our county to make additional voluntary tax contributions for athletic facility upgrades.
Which I'm assuming is saying that we're creating an act by which people can voluntarily make contributions.
Yeah.
It would not include or exclude anything else, but provide a means of doing that.
Okay. Okay, volunteer, okay, thank you for that clarification. I'm okay with that being included, because it is related to the same subject, so, okay, thanks.
All right, so we're talking about the Volunteer Tax Act. Any other discussion on that? Let me see a hand if you want to speak to that. Commissioner Rogers.
Call the question.
All right, the question has been called. Is there a second? Second by whom? Commissioner Schoaf. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign? No. All right, ask for a division of the House, so clerk, place that on the board, please.
Just to be clear, Mr. Chairman, this is for call of the question.
A call of the question.
Thank
you. Not on the amendment.
This is for the division, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Each commissioner records your vote.
With 15 votes, it did not reach the 2/3, so we will continue to discuss this if there are other people that in the queue that want to talk to it. Commissioner Lambert. Now, this is the Volunteer Tax Act.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this goes back to what my fellow Commissioner Teacher said earlier. It's a decision we need to make. Do we want the parents to fund the school facilities and athletics and school improvements as a whole? Or does it fall into the county's hands? Me, for one, I would hate to see a community get what some would refer to as a short end of the stick just because their parents may not have an extra zero at the end of their income. And be able to spread that out. Because respectfully, while we all are, one Sumner, I do think it's hard for someone in Portland to give to a beach school and vice versa. So for me, I'm definitely against a voluntary thing where I'm going to ask the taxpayers that we hear from so often say they're already struggling to turn around and ask them to give more money. Thank you.
All right, now, just so that we will have some clarification here, I'm going to ask the attorney this question concerning this. This does not include or exclude anything else to support athletics. It's creating a volunteer tax act whereby parents can contribute.
That's my interpretation, yes.
Is that your interpretation, Commissioner Mansfield, of what you're trying to do?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is not going against the amendment for the 15-8. This is not going against any of that. This is simply acknowledging that statements have been made publicly. Parents are saying, I don't mind if my taxes are raised for this. So there are a lot of people who do mind if their taxes are raised. So this is basically a way for somebody who wants the people who want to pay more in taxes, instead of forcing it on the entire county, there's a path forward. They can voluntarily contribute as much as they want to athletic facilities that affect them, in addition to what the county's doing, if they want more. So that's all this is doing, because there's people in my district who can't afford a tax increase.
But it's not your intention to exclude any other kind of funding?
No, it is not. That's not what this is about at all.
All right, so Commissioner Lambert, you understand that what he's saying about that. Okay, Commissioner Jones?
This is for them to donate to the county, not to their individual schools, correct? Maker of the motion? It's for them to donate to the county, not to their individual schools. Everybody should be for this.
Okay, and please address me, not the maker of the motion.
Is it your understanding that it's for the county, not per individual
It's my
school?
understanding it would be a county fund. Is that correct? Okay, it is a county fund.
Everybody should be for this. This is for anybody that wants to give extra money, can give extra money. It can be divvied up amongst the schools. I don't see a problem with it.
All right, anyone else to this? Commissioner Harrison?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect, we already have a de facto voluntary tax act. It's called quarterback and booster clubs. They're putting the money out of their pocket right now to do this. So to ask them to give that money to the county, and I'm assuming what we're talking about is giving this money to the county general fund, well, the school board is the one that determines their own budget and then presents that to us for approval. So how exactly would that work if this were to pass, which I'm going to vote against it?
Okay, anyone else on this motion? Commissioner Sullivan?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to vote no on this. I think we tried this going down to when we were talking about Cottontown, and probably zero balance in that months and months later. And to me, it's a slap in the face to all the people who work year in, year out, echoing what Commissioner Harrison said, that already give above and beyond with their time. So I'm voting no on this.
Commissioner Palmer?
Yes, I'll be voting no too. This is just pay attention, folks.
All right, and anyone else?
Nope, I'm not. I'm going to walk through why I'm voting no to this like everybody else. I'll save my big one for the end, but when we talk about being wise with money, yes, right now we've got a few commissioners that are very, very tax conscientious, and man, I appreciate that. I am too. If I give to my quarterback club and my dugout club, which I do, which a lot of us do, that's actually a tax deduction from our federal income tax. So this commissioner who's always looking out, or this amendment who's always looking out for the people, wants you to give that to, wants to give that to, I didn't say what commissioner, I just said a commissioner.
Just direct to me.
Yes, sir. So this is saying, okay, we want you to give this in a way that has you have no way to deduct that off from your federal tax income. You lose the charitable piece of that. We have tried this before. We've tried this back in 2012 when we closed schools and didn't let them open. There are some commissioners that sat right here in these chairs and said, if people want to fund schools, they can give volunteer tax. We did try it earlier in this commission. I'd like to ask a question with your permission, Mr. Chairman, of our finance director, Mr. Lawing, if he can recall how many voluntary taxes have been made and sent in to you for the debacle with...
I would rather us not do that without a vote. Do you want to vote to ask?
I just want to know if these are successful before I can make a decent decision, but our finance director, I just want to know if...
We can do that by a vote if we want to have someone else speak.
Okay. I will be voting no.
Okay.
Cloud in the waters.
Commissioner Jones, is this on the present?
Yes, yes. I had one on the original amendment, but this is for the present. Some statements were made that were untrue with regards to the Cottontown Community Fund by my fellow commissioner over here. That fund stayed empty until the bids came in, and when the bids came in, that fund was fulfilled and the project was done. So it was very successful. And also the clarification on the quarterback club statement, this is for any citizen, not parents of kids that go to the schools that so happen to be in the quarterback club. This is for anybody in the county. I got the floor right now?
Listen.
Do I have the floor?
We were talking about the audience and civility. Let's have civility here.
I'm talking
among
about fellow
ourselves.
commissioners'
Okay,
statements.
get to your point, please.
A statement was made that this has been done with the quarterback club, and that's not what this is for. This is
Okay.
for all citizens in general. So anybody that just happens to have extra money and wants to give to the county, that's what this is for.
Okay, we understand. All right, listen, you're so used to me saying this to you, but there's a lot of unnecessary chatter going on here. We need to get to the issue, vote it, and get it done. Now, it's absolutely ridiculous. This is going to pass by about 17 votes, and we're sitting here carrying on. Yeah, well, enough said. Anyone else on this motion? All right, Commissioner Schmidt.
I apologize for the redundancy, but I'm really quick going to say, because I know the question's going to be asked, I am supporting Commissioner Mansfield on the Voluntary Tax Act. It is my opinion that, again, they can simply put the money to this pot of money, or they can do this. It's really a matter of choice amongst that. And most of us, I don't take deductions, and probably someone from the IRS may be watching this, but I'm not that rich where I itemize, so it wouldn't affect me if I decided to cut a check to Sumner County for a couple $100 a year for the Voluntary Tax Act.
All right, anyone else? Commissioner Becker?
Yeah, I just want to, I guess, state out loud that this is not going to pull support. It's a statement. This is not going to pull support away from the booster clubs. It's not going to pull support away from the quarterback clubs. I don't think anybody will end up sending money to this voluntary. It's 100% voluntary. No one's going to send money to it. But I don't see any harm in having it there. I mean, if someone wants to support just athletics just in general, it's there.
Yeah.
This is not going to pull any money or support away from any schools, booster clubs or quarterback clubs or foundations, anything like that. So,
all right, I think we're ready to vote on this. All right, Commissioner Teachner.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for letting me speak. So I like the idea of it, because the one thing that I've heard from a lot of citizens has been there's a disparity between one side of the county to the other, or vice versa. And I don't like the disparity. I think the kids on the furthest edges and the central of the county should all have the same opportunities, especially when it's funded by taxes. So I'm going to support the Voluntary Tax Act, and I like the idea that I could give money that was outside of my kiddo's school, and yeah, I could go after that individual school, but I wouldn't know the needs. So it gives me an opportunity to give to where the school board can decide where that is going. You know, no matter how large or small that sum is, don't think it's going to hurt anything. It doesn't take anything away from the 15.8. So I'm going to be supporting it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple questions. What was the name of the act again? It was the
Voluntary Tax Act.
Okay. Is there a special designation to the school's athletic programs?
That's not in the motion, so I wouldn't know.
How do we ensure then that this money goes towards that?
Well, I'm sure it'll be fleshed out in the act that comes back to it.
I mean, it's great that, we'll just work it out in the back end, but that's I don't think that's good policy making. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask the maker of the amendment if he would be willing to specify in his amendment where these funds would be directed to.
Commissioner Mansfield, I'll let you speak to that.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. I thought that was a little bit more common sense, that that's what it would be for, but we need to spell that out. That, basically.
Deputies, I would like for you to escort anybody out who makes any other sound like that. I don't care who it is. All right, go ahead.
So, in reading this, basically it's based on the other ones we've done, such as the Cottontown, which was successful. We had citizens contribute money. They made the repairs, and so it's happened. It's done successfully. So, yeah, whatever language needs to be added to this amendment to specify and setting up a specific fund only for those purposes, such as we did at the Bridal House, yes, absolutely.
Well, okay.
Okay,
Now, listen, I have a grand idea.
I'm not done yet, sir. I've still got another
Well,
question.
I'm going to say this before
Okay.
you say anything.
Thank you, sir.
I have a grand idea, and that is I could care less who's for or against. That's what the voting board's for. Let's say what we're going to say. I'm like Mr. Becker. This is not going to stop any other kind of contribution or whatever. It's just not necessary for all this discussion, but go ahead.
All right. And Mr. Chairman, I do appreciate that. We didn't have this amendment in front of us to review, so I wasn't 100% sure on the language. So I appreciate the amendment maker humoring me on that one. My next question is going to be, since this is designated to the schools, what impact does that have on our maintenance of effort?
I can tell you that would have none. But Finance Director, would you concur with me on that? None.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
From having been there and done that. Okay. We're ready to vote. A yes would be to accept this act. A no would be to reject it. It'll be placed on the board at this time.
Each commissioner record your vote.
That motion passes 15-8, and that merely provides an avenue if someone wants to make a voluntary contribution to athletics. They have a means to do it. Now we're back to the first motion that we had on the $15,790, and Commissioner Harris is in the queue.
I thought I was going to be talking to the First Amendment.
You are on the main motion.
I don't know what I'm on, Mr. Hyde.
Well,
Is this the First Amendment?
This is the amendment.
I thought we had another amendment.
We just got rid of it. Yeah.
So is this amendment with the 15 million?
Yes.
Okay, then I need to talk to it.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Hyde. Mr. Hyde, first I'd like to thank the email we got from the city of Gallatin. The council sent a email of support for this. I think the vote was 6-1. They had one abstain. I think it was Mr. Javance. But we appreciate the city of Gallatin. I was first elected to the county commission in 1990. Besides Chairman Hyde, I've been here a long time. For the exception of 4 years, I stepped away and take care of a family member. There's no doubt in my mind that Chairman Hyde did everything he could when director of the schools for what he was given, along with some of the other directors. I served a little stint on the school board for 3 years, and I can tell you, the school board members only get what are asked for. They never know what's needed until they are told. And if they're not told, they don't know. And I think they're getting a bad rap in this too, is the reason why I said that. After being here for years and years. You know, I guess some of the responsibility goes on myself for not looking at the total needs of the school system. I've seen this commission chambers filled quite a few times over the years. I hope these attending the last few meetings will continue to stay engaged and vote. For the life of me, I don't understand the anger of some of the ones sitting here tonight. On one hand, each month you want to stand and honor the schools in your districts for their achievements. We parade them up here at the podium and we brag on them, and you take pictures with them, their certificates, and then you sit behind your desk and say the things you do or hide behind your keyboard and post on social media. It's time, it needs to stop. These are the issues that have been going on since I was a student athlete in the 70s at Gallatin High School, some 45 years ago. It's a long time. Mr. Hyde and I are getting old. Coaches like Ed Martin, Steve Duke, Don Porter, Jim Barron, and by the grace of God, with those folks, I wouldn't have made it through school, and it was athletics that helped me get there. I sold candy bars, found projects to fund projects, and we even got together 20 years ago and had to redo a football locker room to make room for the dance team at Gallatin High School. I've bought pizzas, cookie dough, wrapping paper, attended fundraisers. There's not enough of these fundraisers to fix the facilities problems in Sumner County. I've heard test scores and reading scores brought up. Without athletics, I probably wouldn't even have graduated. Things like that's what kept me in school, along with building trades and auto mechanics. There's a lot of things that goes on in the schools that some of you are not taking any credit for. School, you have to educate the whole child. Without adequate facilities, you won't have the things to honor each month at the podium here. Liberty Creek is a prime example of what happens when you fully fund a school. In their second year, they have won several awards in competitions from cheer to soccer and many others. Let's be honest, if the schools had increased their budget to include these items, most of you probably wouldn't have voted for it anyway. This $15.8 million needs to be sent to the school board ASP, and I thank you for your time.
All right, now hopefully there's no one else to speak to this amendment. All right, Commissioner Pomeroy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being my school superintendent. Although you signed a lot of my report card, I wasn't proud of some of them, but your signature was on there. I know you've done your best, and I say that to say I think we need a history lesson. And everybody else has been given a lot of latitude to kind of talk about a lot of stuff, but I talk quick. But this has been going on in this county for years. We have these swings, right? We have these swings where small factions of people change elections, and then we make these drastic changes. In 1980, the tax rate in Sumner County was $4. It eventually changed to $2.50. For the next, 32 years until 2002, it never dropped anywhere below $2.20 and lived in between $2.20 and $2.25. Mr. Chairman Hyde, if I get interrupted after I listen to long speeches, I'm going to be very upset.
Commissioner Pomeroy needs to know that the live feed was cut off. I just didn't want him to be cut off and not heard.
Okay. I don't know what to do about that. I hope the people here can, but I thank you for that. I'm not IT.
We're hearing you, so go ahead.
Yeah. And then for that, for years and years, the tax rate was always in between $2.20 and $2.50 is where it hovered. Then there was a decade, a Great Recession. It got down due to the lack of some people changed the rate when the housing spike happened in the early 2000s, and then the boom happened. And so when the rate happened, when the big housing spike happened, and everybody's property values went up like 45, 50% in between appraisals, and our county mayor was the appraisal, he can confirm this, then the county commission, due to state law, decided that during that time between the next appraisal, we were in a great recession. So they had lowered the tax rate down to offset the unheard of raise in property. And then we hit a recession. So we went like 12 years, 10 years where we had no tax, we had no rate, we had no appraisal value. Tax rate was around 202. During that time, you know, the question was, when I came into office in 2014, there was a tax increase. 2012, schools didn't open. Throughout the decade after the building of station camp campuses, within just a couple of years, portables covered it up. Somebody said 60. The actual number was there was 96 portables in use for an 8-year stretch. 96 portables throughout our county. In 2012, again, we chose not to open it. So in 2014, I came in and I said, you know what, I want to see what this is about. Why is everybody yelling about tax increases, tax? So I started really looking at numbers, and the question was not about the tax increase. It was about, how did the rate get so low? How did it ever, if it always stayed in the 220s to 250, how did it get down to $1.98? How did that happen? And so I started looking into that. And I realized that when I got elected that we needed to make some changes. And there was a room, and the chairman was correct. There was more people here that night, Chairman, we served together back then, than there was tonight. And people were yelling. They had the news here. I was a tax and spend liberal, non-Christian, thieving. I mean, it was going. Everybody knew what was coming because we were literally at a breaking point. However, I knew what was right, and I didn't crawfish. It was hard. It's hard. I had a man stop right there and get in my face, I believe, and I know the chairman was here tonight, and I think a deputy had to escort him out. It was hard to vote for what needed to be done, but I could do it because it was what needed to be done. 3 weeks ago, this exact motion couldn't even get a second in Education Committee. And I am thankful for you people. But one of my favorite things when I used to go to my granddaddy's was get in that creek, and he used to say, look at all them crawfish crawfishing. When we start, man, they're brave until you step in that water, and then they start backing up. And man, I told a lot of you last week, I said, hey, this is going to fail 14-9, and I said tonight, this thing's going to pass. Y'all are smiling because I talked to a lot of you. This thing's going to pass. This is like professional wrestling, folks. You've heard of a heel turn. This is what you call a face turn. If you've been paying attention for 3 weeks. So I'm getting there. The chairman said earlier, hey, this is going to pass by 17 votes. That was my guess coming in too. Wonder how we got there. Anyways, I am for the 15.7920, and I am thankful that I believe hopefully some people are going to vote that way because they really believe it. But I'm not going to quit paying attention. I don't think y'all are a mob. I don't think your children are pawns. I think they're the future.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Please address the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think the people out here are a mob, and I don't think their children are pawns or political bullets. I think that the majority of people who live in Sumner County wake up every day and realize this is a pretty good place to live. I don't care what you read on Facebook. This is not Washington, D.C. Every dollar you collect goes back into your schools, your roads, your courts, and I believe the people that I live with on a daily basis want to invest back in their community with their tax dollars, is what I believe. And we can't not protect our greatest asset, which is our schools and our future. We're doing a great job. Somebody referenced. We've had an archive meeting right now that's getting rained on. For 18 months since we've been elected, we won't vote for it. One commissioner said a well-placed bucket might buy us some time. In a meeting, you can go watch the video. It's time this county quits living with that. It is time that we quit saying, we have the second lowest tax rate in Middle Tennessee, folks. The second lowest tax rate. So this whole that we're tax and spend liberals and everybody here is trying to raise your taxes every single day. No, what I hear is the people going, we are a wealthy, united county that wants to have I will stop when the chairman asks me to stop, that want to have our money reinvested back into our county. Come walk, now that you've walked the stadiums, walk these county buildings, walk our archive building, walk the old courthouse that has been used that we put a new one. I guess that other one could have lasted another 100 years. It's time that we quit this fighting, look at the facts. Our tax rate is low. People spend the money well. We gave the school board that $100 million in 2014 and the portables went away. Every school got remodeled and then they built a new campus, and not just Liberty Creek. They built a new Wild House Intermediate School as well to help those type of people. This is all conjecture. I trust the school board. They've been faithful with the money I voted them to have the first time, and I'll vote for them to have it again. Thank you.
Commissioner Jones.
I'm really glad that we have a low tax rate. I'm a graduate of Beach High School. I participated in sports there. My 4 children went to Hendersonville High School. 2 of my sons were exceptional athletes for the Commandos. My grandchildren attend Sumner County schools. I want to fix the bleachers. I've always wanted to fix the bleachers. I think everyone up here wants to fix the bleachers. That was never the issue. The issue has always been, do we fix the bleachers or do we handle this stated emergency and all of the other neglected infrastructure at the same time? I want to state that just to get the narrative right, because it's been abused so much over the last 3 weeks. From the bulletins and announcements that were given out and made during football games at the local area high schools. Very disappointed in the school systems for putting those out because they made this, added more to the grief and hard decision this was. The current director of schools has been on the county commission and or working for the school system for long enough to have made a difference in both of these areas. And the previous administration and previous school boards have failed in these areas while building the most grandiose of all high schools at Liberty Creek. Other schools sat by and literally rotted, has been shared on multiple posts by many of these fine folks in attendance. Half of our kids do not read at grade level. Those that can have a good selection of racy, sexually explicit books in our schools to counteract what moms and dads are teaching at home. Trust with the school board and our director is at an all-time low for me. Years of neglect by the school board and previous director, including the current one, have brought us to this point. I've listened to these fine parents, coaches, teachers, and some very articulate students give speeches about the dilapidated conditions of these athletic facilities. I've also heard that these complaints have been registered at many school board meetings over the years. Unfortunately, they've been ignored. They've been ignored until now. While we could never require the previous director, current director, or school board to maintain what they've been in charge of, they have now been put on record by these folks that want the issues corrected. Although the schools have always had the money to fix these problems, they chose not to. They never used their entire budget, leaving millions of dollars worth of these maintenance or improvement projects undone each year. The director has finally tuned in to the issues that so many have complained about over the years. One of the citizens explained during public comments that our students are paying attention. I hope they are. This is the process. It's been stated by many people that our job is to transfer the money, do our job. That's not our job. Our job is oversight with taxpayer money. We transfer the money once we feel like proper oversight has been given. This is the process. This is a very long process. Government was designed to move slowly for this very reason. So to all the students that are paying attention, don't get disheartened. Don't make assumptions about things. Don't think that people don't want bleachers done. This is part of the process. The director's been very vocal about the timeline to get these stadiums in the queue to have them restored by the beginning of football season next year. Ever since this request was brought to the commission's attention on the 18th of October, 12 days ago, it has had to pass this commission's October meeting's deadline to get in the bleacher company's queue for off-season projects. By doing this tonight, we are allowing him to not be hindered in accomplishing the task of completing these emergency stadium projects in the timeline he has stated. I look forward to seeing these schools made whole again by the beginning of the 2024 football season. I went back and forth on this for a long time, and people assumed that I came here with my mind made up. There was no crawfishing on my part. There was research. There was reaching out to people that wanted to repair the stadiums. People came to me and asked me, why weren't we given a chance to bid repairing these stadiums? I would have liked to have had a shot at it. Wasn't even considered. They possibly could have been repaired and added on to with some of this money, but we'll never know because of the time crunch. Like I said, trust is at an all-time low, but I do want to give them a chance to repair all these things. These people have made a great case for making everybody aware of all the neglect that probably was not known until now. A few people probably did know. Your director probably knew, but I did not know. So I thank you guys for telling me about how bad it has gotten in this county over the last administration, the last decade or two. So I do support funding the $15.79 million.
We're going back to the queue, and you tell me if this is on the amendment or the main motion, Commissioner Schoaf. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so I said I would be quick, and I'm going to keep my word, and that's what this is really all about. I'm not going to say anything about history or the 70s or the 90s or 2014 or Liberty Creek or any of that. We had plenty of that. So we say we want to move forward, and I'm down with that. Let's move forward. So, I'll cut to the chase. I'll support the 15.8, and what I see here is a contract, basically. It's a contract between our school board. It's a promise that they say they're going to make for 4 stadiums that need repair and 2 tracks. And the people who we represent. And I think we have a timeline on it. I've seen discussion and posts on social media. We're going to have it done by next football season. So that sounds good to me. For folks who are worried, oh, well, we're gonna go back to the way it used to be, and this is how are we gonna hold folks accountable? We can see it. We see what they say they're gonna do. We see the timeline. We have a timeline. Let's see it happen. If it doesn't happen, I trust that all these folks out here will hold the appropriate folks accountable. Only one more kind of comment here, and then I'll shut up. And that's this. Conflict is not bad. The reason that we have
a low tax rate is because people have been arguing about it back and forth for decades. We're supposed to argue. If everybody up here was all agreeing all the time, I promise you, nobody out there is actually being looked after. We're supposed to argue. The relationship between the county commission and any of the other bodies within the county, sheriff's department, school board, highway, it is supposed to be contentious, because each of those can and should be arguing for their their own interests, and we can and should be arguing to balance those. That's what we're charged with. So it's supposed to be contentious. It's not just a game show. We're not just here playing the heel in the face. It's supposed to be contentious. It's supposed to be respectful and contentious. And it's not a bad thing that things swing back and forth or that people argue. That's why we have a good place. That's why we have a good place to live, through respectful argument and conflict. Only in that way, in the open, do we actually get real resolution. Not when we all go behind closed doors and everybody comes out and votes the same way. Thank y'all.
Commissioner Brown, is this on the main motion or the amendment? Commissioner Klein was main motion, I think. Commissioner, pardon? Commissioner Rogers?
Sorry, I've been.
Main motion or the amendment?
I'd just like to talk. No, it's on the amendment. It's on the amendment.
Okay.
All right, so, goodness, about 3.5 hours ago, we started hearing and talking about the inequalities when our players go to the counties that are surrounding us. I'm on the 5th district. As I say all the time, some people call it the Achilles heel of the county. There's inequality in our own county that I think that needs to be addressed. So, I mean, we have, as Commissioner Janung alluded to earlier, and I haven't even talked to her, she was at the middle school, and the kids were running up and down a hill where there's not even a playground, where buses park. But yet we want to talk about pavement, rubber, potholes, and tracks. We can't get the bare minimum met at the north end of the county, but I'll leave that for another day. So I do ask that the people that are gathered here stay together. I'd like to see it become a pack. Not a 501c6, but a pack of people who make sure elected officials keep their promises across the county. Because it does. It starts here, and then it needs to be followed all the way over to the school board, and then it don't just need to stop there. We need to see it every month. So having said that, about 3.5 hours in the queue, I'll be supporting the transfer of the 15.
Commissioner Wright? Is this on the motion?
It's on the amendment. I work at a school on the far north end of this county. I'm the SRO at that school. My job is to protect those kids. Make sure they have a safe learning environment. I'm asking y'all, come visit my school. See the security issues that I have there. You want a rubber running track? Folks, I've got plastic walls at my school. If any of you on the south end of the county had plastic walls at your school, I apologize. If you had plastic walls in your school, your exterior walls, y'all would be up here raising the same that I ought to be raising right now. I'm going to support the $15.8 million. But folks, I'm asking y'all, we are sorely neglected on the north end of this county. And myself and others are sick and tired of it. You want to talk about elections? Folks, the people on the north end of the county elected me. They expect me to do my job, to protect their kids. And in the meantime, I can guarantee every single one of y'all on the south end of this county, I will protect every one of y'all's children. Because that's my job. Thank you.
All right, everyone in the queue has spoken that wanted to speak on the amendment, so I'm asking the clerk to place it on the board for a vote at this time. It is to raise the amount from $8,800,000 to $15,790,000, and that's the only change. All right.
Each commissioner record your vote.
That vote passes 20, I think it was 21 to 2. And now that is the amending the main motion, and now we are on the main motion.
Mr. Chairman, just as a point of clarification, that vote also included that voluntary tax act.
Yes, it did. Thank you. That was previous to this. I have two people in the queue. Commissioner Brown.
First, let me say that everyone on the commission wants safe, functional, well-maintained athletic facilities, equipment, and school buildings. It would be foolish and reckless for any of us to say otherwise. Problem is how we get there and the time frame that the Board of Education has to work with to get this done. 281 days is what was repeated at the 24 October Board of Education meeting over and over. It was said in the presentation on 20 October education meeting that only one stadium can be done at a time. So everyone is not going to have everything done by the 2024 season. As a retired history teacher, track coach, and cross-country coach, I want to relate some recent history because it's important. There are many factors that prohibit me from voting for the resolution before us. Fiscal responsibility is something that I ran on as a candidate. Because of that stance, I took no money from outside sources and totally financed my own campaign. I didn't want anyone to say that I was influenced by anyone. We are a county of 200,000 plus, and the majority of those people want to live their lives and be left alone without any government involvement in their lives. They're not looking for their portion of the government pie because they are out living their lives making their own pies. I always describe the differences between capitalism and socialism to my history and dual credit personal finance classes in that manner. However, we have a group here tonight looking for their small slice of that government pie. And that's not to disparage the many efforts of parents and booster clubs funding these facilities with their own hard-earned money and sweat equity before the Board of Education took control of them. Board of Education director assured me that all sports facilities belong to the county school system. The student population of the Sumner County public school system has steadily declined as the county's population has dramatically increased. The underlying reason is because of decisions made by the past and present majority of the Board of Education. Decisions that parents don't want inflicted upon their children. Decisions have ranged from fiscal irresponsibility to immoral choices to retain pornography and filth in our school libraries and curriculum. They've made financial choices to...
Wait just a moment. What's your point of order?
Just pertaining to the motion.
All right. Commissioner Brown.
They have made financial choices to rehabilitate the Comer Barn with $3.5 million, which the county would never have owned, instead of fixing the track at Gallatin High School, giving the former director a golden parachute of $90,000 and a luxury high school complex at Liberty Creek for $210 million. I've identified 24 of these books that are pornographic. The very people that fund the Board of Education with their property tax money don't have children in school, don't have a choice or vote for that. That cuts out at least 50% of the taxpayers of this county. I say all this with the standpoint that questionable decisions have been made by the majority of the Board of Education in the past and continue to the present. This release of reserve money and getting an estimate for demolition and replace is only another. We have funded the Board of Education for this fiscal year starting 1 July, and they have a regular capital outlay budget of $22,062,177. Within that budget, $7,837,000 is specifically earmarked for construction, improvements, and site work. Why isn't this money being used toward the emergent need? Send me the budget request adjustments and we will pass them, as has been my request over the past month. With the transparency of the average citizen on the school website, the amount of reserves budgeted, which is the difference between budgeted revenues and appropriations, is $29.9 million. On 20 October, at the Education Special Call meeting, a board member stated that he was notified of the reserves from the Board of Education CFO, that they were $90 million in reserves. What does the average citizen believe, the website or this statement? If this appropriation is approved, as is, the amount of budgeted fund balance to be used would be over $45 million with no way of telling how much will be actually used. We need to search for a better accounting of funds than this present accounting system. Then I turned to a fellow commissioner who pointed out to one of her constituents from the state website, total local revenue that we pay to the schools is $126,592,554. It will likely be a few more million at year end. Notice this is only local revenue. I will add your county property, wheel tax, and sales tax. The schools also receive millions more in federal and state grants. They have money and need to use it wisely. As a side note, I do not believe expenditures such as $40,000 for CEO furniture in June was a wise use of taxpayer dollars. Many other excessive expenditures should have been cut before requests were made to release emergency funds. Now, Mr. Constituent, please notice the very bottom of $64,352,279. This represents the state's calculation of what our school system needs from the local revenue based on the education funding model. By this calculation, taxpayers are overfunding schools by approximately $60 million. Where does all the money go? During the June 2023 budget meeting, I asked the prior director of schools for plans to reduce overcrowding in high schools because Gallatin High School is 139% of capacity, while Liberty Creek is only 37%. I might add that it has been added to the Education Committee agenda as a recurring question until this disparaging fact is remedied. He informed this commissioner that it was not an item for commissioner involvement. During the public comment of last month's education meeting, I asked that Sumner County teachers get their raises immediately. Robertson County raised their teacher salaries to the new $50,000 start pay. Why is Sumner County Board of Education waiting to raise teacher pay? This is the end of that commissioner's email. We have too many issues of transparency with the Board of Education. When this quest first made its appearance at the 19 September Board of Education meeting with a board member asking for the list of projects of $15.5 million, he was told that it would be November before this list would appear. Why does it take this long? So the Board of Education unanimously handed over this large amount of money without a plan, an estimate, a bid, or a receipt, totally on the faith from the Nancy Pelosi School of Thought for Budgetary Matters. You have to pass it to see what's in it. I asked for this list the next day, the 20th, and then again on the 26th. When the director appeared at our 2 October meeting, all he had was a list of old projects that have languished on the back burner of maintenance efforts and were already paid for with insurance money and past encumbered money for at least 4 years, considering the age that the Station Camp High School gym roof has been leaking. At the 10 October study session, we finally saw some numbers in a presentation that the director had given. He said that he had the estimates from the architectural firm, the same architectural firm from 2011 at this meeting. On 13 October, I reached out to the director to schedule a meeting to hear these estimates as soon as possible. We were not able to get them heard at the 16 October budget meeting due to procedure policy, and so I set up a meeting on 20 October, Friday, 4 p.m. meeting, which was, again, given as much public notice as possible by law and didn't conflict with the Tennessee County Services Association conference that Vice Chairwoman Bergdorf and I paid $750 2.5 months prior to end. A Board of Education member, Andy Lacey, requested the estimates also be given to the Education Committee on 17 October. We finally received the estimates on Wednesday evening, 18 October, 8 days later. A delegation of commissioners, Hyde, Klein, Schmidt, Bergdorf, Boyd, and myself, went to see the issues that 4 years of neglect had ravaged upon Station Camp High School that is only 21 years old. We saw damage to the gym floor causing cupping of the floor in one section, the auditorium ceiling damaged and water stained, the west entryway ceiling damaged and water stained, the floors in the hallways around the gym with tile damage, uneven floors, and floor separation. This damage didn't occur overnight, as well as their track surface outside, which I heard at the 24 October Board of Education meeting had been unsafe since 2007. That is only 5 years after opening in 2002. Sounds like a shoddy job was performed on that track. Neglected repairs were ongoing and nothing's getting better through neglect. If things were this bad, we as a group of commissioners wanted to see the rest of these maintenance repairs. We went to Beach High School Stadium to meet with the delegation there. Commissioners Mansfield, Miller, Jones, Bergdorf, Schmidt, and myself, along with board member Stephen King, were in attendance. We listened to the concerns and bantered about the needs and wants of the emergent need, looked at the stadium, and got the lay of what was wanted and, more importantly, needed. I heard about the trip to the Hendersonville High School Stadium, but was unable to go due to that prior commitment in Chattanooga of my state-mandated education. Commissioner Klein, whose expertise in building has related the concerns about this stadium to the Budget Committee, were made on last Monday night. The pre-stressed concrete C-modules that are present at Hendersonville and Beach have a life of at least 100 years. If they were sealed with proper maintenance, there's no telling how long they would last. The piers and walls are the problem due to the neglect and maintenance over decades, just as Beach. Problems that were identified by the same architectural firm in 2011. But a former Hendersonville High School principal told the 20 October meeting that he was threatened by the former Board of Education director if he should pursue those repairs to the stadium, and he would be having football games on Thursday or Saturday night. Now, we are engaged in a cover-up of that report that, if brought to light, might have saved lives and saved millions of dollars, because inflation is not as bad as it is now. Before we release this money, we need to have an accounting of the money that has been released thus far, because once it is done, there is no fiscal accountability to this body. I don't care what we put in the resolution. Is Gallatin following our TDEC resolution? They already annexed the farm over there on Lock 4 Road and Peach Valley Road to supposedly save it to what the council says the county would do to it. We need to know where the $60 million above the state test of MOE is. We need to know whether our reserves are $29.9 million, as any taxpayer can see on the Board of Education website, or $90 million, as Board Member Josh Graham told the Education Committee. We need to see the estimates for repair versus demolition and rebuild as a second opinion from another firm. I talked with Collier Engineering at the conference down in Chattanooga of vendors for county commissioners to interact with during the conference. Collier Engineering had a one-time hit piece done on them by the drive-by media of the Tennessean and Channel 5, Phil Williams, and the socialist police defunding, now Mayor Freddie O'Connell in 2019, as referenced on 24 October board meeting. Collier Engineering was cleared of all accusations, not charges. None were ever found. There were just no findings by the audit report. It was a competitor who took advantage of the then embattled Mayor Megan Berry and new Mayor Briley controversy. Collier Engineering has 5 indefinite contracts with Metro Nashville now. The NDOT contract manager, Metro Director of Purchasing, and Metro Director of Parts will all tell you, I listen to everybody else, Mr. Chairman.
I would like for you to not use names, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, this is talking about the engineering. It's not even on the agenda.
It goes to the fact of how we're spending the money.
I'm not accepting the point. Go ahead, Mr. Brown. Are you about
As
finished?
usual, 2 media agencies never followed up on Collier Engineering being cleared of these false allegations, and the lazy media investigation continues. Prudent people just don't take the first estimate and run with it, especially from a firm that cannot tell us the state of our athletic facilities in 2011 or provide us with the original report. I've always sought from Consumer Reports for decades because they are independent. The funds for these undertakings are there. One only has to look at the BOE financials. Only irresponsible people prepay for a construction project. The proper course of action is finish construction, inspection, customer satisfaction, and then pay. We don't need to approach these projects like the sky is falling or we are going to get hosed. With the economy and the supply chain tied to Biden economics, we cannot depend on having anything sitting on the shelf ready to go for a rebuild. I can't get the parts, even for recalls of my own newer car. It's going to be fabricated, and the lead time for that kind of specialty bleacher material will be a year or more. That is why repair beats replace as the best option for time and cost. If we move forward with the galvanized steel and aluminum structures the director is suggesting, you'll be sitting on larger versions of the temporary bleachers. These structures are totally exposed to the elements with many bolts, rivets, and braces, and the zinc on that galvanized steel lasts only so long. Who is going to paint all of those braces of the exposed superstructure? We haven't seen timely maintenance of the present structures, even when pointed out in 2011. It was buried. Present facilities lasted this long, because they are superior and in spite of neglect, as opposed to the exposed metal skeleton of the present proposal. Sumner County is not the culture that runs rampant in Washington, D.C., where the 10 richest counties in America, 8 are around Washington, D.C. Those 8 piglets are always pushing one another around to get sucker from the government teat. It's getting increasingly difficult to fund the federal government when they give so much of our money away to the tune of $34 trillion debt, driving up inflation to Weimar Republic hyperinflation, annual debts of $2 trillion, decreasing.
Mr. Brown, can you tell me how this is going to relate to?
We are digging ourselves in deep. And Lord, help our younger generations and what abominations we have left for them if we survive and don't reform our spending ways. You know, it may have been the panic buttons of last year or the decades of neglect of maintenance in our facilities this year. I fear that Director Langford will start multiple projects, get overextended, and be back before this body asking for more reserve money or for the county to release non-existent funds, in other words, a tax hike. Let me reiterate, everyone on this commission wants safe, functional, well-maintained athletic facilities, equipment, and school buildings. It would be foolish for any of us to say otherwise. I spent 30 years in the military doing maintenance management and would never have been allowed to get away with this type of budgeting and planning. But as Jerry Maguire would say, where's the money?
Okay, we have, just as a reminder here, I was very hopeful we had one person in the queue left. Now we have two. Please keep in mind, folks, it's obvious in the trajectory of this thing. It's obvious. There is no sense. We don't want to hear you, okay? So sorry, Commissioner Wynn, but we need to bring this thing to a close. Commissioner Klein, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will expedite it to that point. If we polled all 23 commissioners tonight, I don't believe one of us would be against any of the improvements stated on this sheet or in the report by Katz, Binkley, Jones, and Morris Architects. I believe we are all very much in favor with the benefits and enjoyment of athletics in the school environment and the safety which is necessary part of that experience. One of our greatest responsibilities as commissioners is to manage the financial affairs of the county and jealously protect the contributions made by the taxpayer. In order to do that intelligently, we must have all of the facts available to the issue being decided on. Regarding the proposed improvements to the 5 high schools in question, the facts are proving to be elusive at best. I have asked many questions of board members, our financial director, our law director, and other commissioners. Now, after 4 weeks of studying this issue, I still have more questions than I have answers. Let me state a few of them. I was of the understanding that a reserve account is like a rainy day fund meant to be used only for unexpected emergencies. Are there restrictions on what reserve accounts are and are not to be used for? I know that I'm told that 3% is the required amount to keep in reserves, but is there a required dollar amount by an oversight body that is to be maintained in this reserve account? I've been told that if we transfer almost $16 million out of the account, we'll still have the required amount in the fund. What is the actual dollar amount in this fund? 4, if we do have more than the required amount in the reserve account, why do we? The government is supposed to take what it needs only and let the public keep their money. It was never intended for government to bankroll money and collect interest on it at the expense of the taxpayer. 5, many of the items on the budget sheet by the architectural firm have been talked about for years. If the reserve fund is meant for unforeseen emergencies, shouldn't items like bathrooms, storage facilities, visitor dressing rooms, training centers, field lighting, and bleachers for increased capacity come out of the capital improvement budget? I have been through the bleacher analysis by Katz, Binkley, Jones, and Morris architects several times now. It assesses the bleachers at 8 high schools. Gallatin's home bleachers are about 80 years old, and the visitor bleachers are new. The bleachers at Beach, Hendersonville, Portland, and White House high schools range from 42 to 48 years old, are similar in design, and have a life expectancy of 75 to 100 years. Station Camp and Westmoreland High Schools are 21 and 24 years old respectively. Liberty Creeks are obviously brand new. According to this report that was ordered by Dr. Langford, every problem with the bleachers besides the collapsed section at Beach High School can be repaired. The estimate that totals about $15.5 million is for demolition and construction of new galvanized steel and aluminum stands only. If the bleachers that are in question here still have a 25 to 50 year life expectancy, why are we not looking at repairing these bleachers? Which homeowners here tonight, if faced with a house foundation issue, would have your house demolished and rebuilt without even investigating a solution for the troubled foundation? Repairing these bleachers could save millions of dollars. The panels in the stands at Hendersonville High School alone have a replacement value of almost $1 million. Additionally, repair usually takes less time than demolishing and rebuilding. In this way, there is a good chance that all repairs could be finished by next August. I am doubting that demolishing and rebuilding would. It is at least worth a look. The worst part of this report is that every problem and structural weakness is caused by water infiltration. Because the surfaces where the precast panels butted up against each other were not sealed, water flow has degraded the concrete block surfaces supporting those panels. Neglect and lack of maintenance is the culprit. In 2007, the International Codes Council adopted ICC 300, it's all over the report, which is a standard for the construction and maintenance of bleachers, folding and telescopic seating, and grandstands. Apparently, since 2007, we were supposed to have inspections of all of our bleachers on an annual basis, and that is their recommendation from here on out. We've been trying to get access to a report done in 2011 by this same architectural firm. It would be interesting to know if that report made the same ICC 300 recommendation that this one does. Mr. Chairman, we're being accused by many of trying to micromanage the school board and administration. I would say that in this case, they have not proven themselves to be trustworthy. And as the checks and balances built into our government system require our approval of this transfer, I would like to propose an amendment. One, that the school district meet with their architectural consultant again and perform another evaluation of the work at hand with the intent to repair instead of demolish and rebuild. Two, the transferred money will be put in a separate account. All costs will be accounted for and verified by Mr. Lawing as being used only on the work in the report. And three, all remaining funds will be transferred back into the reserve account. And I so move.
Is there a second? Who made the second? Commissioner Brown. All right. Commissioner Wynn. This is on the amendment. Right?
Yeah, we'll talk about the amendment. So another attempt to delay, I think, is what we're looking at here. I think we've heard enough from our citizens that have come. You know, many would even consider their presence here tonight to be a referendum with the numbers that came out. Why we would want to send this back, and I respect that, hey, we need to get a second opinion. I can respect that. But that's not our call. That's what our school board's for. You know, there's more to this I think, than the initial dollar and cents cost. I'll ask this question, I'll ask it to the chair, and Mr. Chair, you can direct it to whoever you want, but repairing these bleachers, how much of the repair is going to fix the ADA and handicap compliance issues the county faces? You don't have to answer because I know the answer is none. We won't. We'll be in the same boat. We'll still have non-ADA compliant, non-handicap accessible athletic facilities. So we're doing more than just fixing bleachers here. We're getting into compliance. We're going to enable a segment of our community who we claim to want to represent and hear everybody and take into consideration everybody so that they too can enjoy and root on students, teachers, families. So I'm not going to support this. I just feel we're just dragging this out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Pomeroy.
Is it appropriate, like, can I call the question right now? It's late on rules. Can I do that? I'm the only one in the queue, I think. Thank you.
All right, motion and second. We'll place that on the board to see about the question.
Each commissioner records your vote.
It's not working. I bet we could get it with eyes. Oh, there it is.
We're going to do, it's perfectly legal to do this, we're going to do a hand vote, all in favor of this, of calling the question, raise your hand. Let's see, Ms. Clerk, if you look at that side, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then me, I'm a yes, 6. And the noes to that? 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, we'll just keep discussing it, folks. Okay. All right, Commissioner Schoaf.
Well, I just want to note that I was actually.
What did you have as a total? It wasn't 2/3, I know. 8, no, so that would be 8 and 15.
I'll change mine to a yes.
Pardon?
I'll change mine to a yes.
All right, folks, raise your hands again. I'll ask the attorney to take this side and, is it working now? All right, let's try the board, folks.
Each commissioner records your vote.
That fails by 1 vote. So we'll keep discussing. Pardon? Well, go ahead.
So first off, I just want to note, I did vote for the call to question, but since we're going to talk about it, I just have a real quick question for the law director. Is this motion actually lawful to be able to require the school board to set up a different account, or to have us set up a different account? It doesn't feel like it is, but I'm just asking.
I really am not sure. I would suspect that it may not be, because there is a chart of accounts established by the state. and I suspect that it is not. But I'll ask Mr. Loring his opinion on that.
Accounts,
Pardon?
we have to follow the chart of accounts, but as far as legality of setting up the account, that'd be more up to legal. It'd be more a Eric question. I wouldn't think so, but that's more of a legal question. Whether that.
All right,
My understanding is that the only latitude the commission is going to have is to make requests, not requirements.
so we're sort of spinning our wheels here. Commissioner Pomeroy?
Yeah, I think this is illegal. I think it's no different than what we did earlier. We're adding to, when we read our own rules earlier, and then now we're trying to mandate what the school board does with what accounts, that we can make them and close and open bank accounts when we want to. We put a voluntary tax in that I don't even think we know how that would get there, since we can't, as a county, I believe by state law, even spend money on school property without transferring it to the school board. So again, it's just not that hard. But I would like to ask the motion maker, since we can't get a clear legal, this is not legal. We shouldn't even be voting on this unless it's going to pass 20-2. We can keep these people here to midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, but everybody else backed up what they've been saying for 3 weeks, and these two are holding strong. Let's move on.
Commissioner Klein?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the spirit of my motion is to at least look at the possibilities of repairing what we have there, getting it done faster, less money, and be just as attractive as it is right now. If setting up a separate account is an obstacle, we can withdraw that or make that a condition that can go away. What's important, I believe, to all taxpayers is that we do the best, most efficient, time-sensitive job that we can. So it seems like a reasonable request to me. We can vote on it if that's the decision of the chair.
We have one more in the queue. Commissioner Rogers.
I'll withdraw it, sir. I just wanted to make sure we was
Okay,
moving along.
place this on the board, Madam Clerk. Pardon? Would you restate your motion, please?
That the school district meet with their structural group, Katz, Binkley, Jones, and Morris Architects, to pursue getting estimates on repair versus demolishing and rebuilding. That can be done very quickly. Number two, that any monies left over from the final expense will be put back in the reserve.
Okay. All right. That is on the board to be voted on at this time.
One clarification, is this a request or is this
I will ask. I will ask you to please stand again and tell us if you're meaning this to be a request or a directive.
Yeah. I will make it as a request.
All right. Okay, Clerk, Commissioner Pomeroy.
You know I want to leave as bad as you do. I'm sorry. But is he still wanting to vote for the 15.8 and then make a request that they do things differently?
You're wanting this as merely a request, but to vote on it as
So
a
he's saying he wants to approve the 15.8 million, 720.
No. Well, we're not to the main motion yet. This is an amendment.
I know, but is that amending to the, that's amending to.
Well, we can't ask him how he feels about the main motion at this time. We're on the amendment.
So the main motion, but the amendment will read to approve the 15 desks plus the volunteer tax, plus the commissioner's request to do something different. Okay, that sounds clear.
All right. Clerk.
Each commissioner record your vote.
The motion fails, does not receive the 13 votes. We're back now with the main motion and no one in the queue, so we're placing that on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
We're showing that passes 19-0, no abstentions. There were some not voting. That passes. We're adjourned.